Honk. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone. Oh, I think I actually have that turned up maybe too high. I may have turned that up too far. Hold on, hold on. Let me just make sure that I have this working the right way. Let me turn on that, and let me turn on that. And let me welcome everybody to a Saturday night stream. I hope you folks are ready for some Legacy of Dragonholt. I am hoping that everyone is looking forward to this game. This is a new experience for us. We have done board games on here before, but this is a new experience where everyone is playing together. I hope you people have your thinking caps ready. I want you all to know that this game this cost good money, good Patreon money. So if we die in the first couple of books, it's all your fault. I'm just letting you know. And of course, that's not true at all. I don't know what you're talking about. We're all in it together, right? I mean, it's not, Before I go any further, though, let me just remind everybody about ways to support the stream. And also let me thank Configuration Queen for the resub. I saw that when we were getting ready. Thank you so much, CQ. I appreciate it. Still a little loud. Yeah, let me turn this down a bit. I thought it might be a little loud. Okay, how's that? Is that a little better, I hope? Maybe a little bit more to line illness. Is that better? Test 1, test 2, a little bit better. Turn down, I hope. Maybe. Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, good. So welcome, everybody. And let's talk a little bit about ways to support the stream. If you haven't already done so, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, Infinity and Beyond, and Esper Genesis stuff too, under construction. I'm on the upper floor of a not quite settled room, yes. Although I'm pretty settled in. The only thing I have left to do now is I have to put up basically pictures and posters. That's all that's really left to do. But otherwise, Geester, I'm pretty much there at this point. But I am farther away from the mic for my board game setup, which I will, again, talk about in just a little bit here. So definitely please support by checking out !ArvShop. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which makes it possible for us to do stuff like this and to have the board game setup that I've got and all that kind of stuff. So if you haven't already done so, please consider supporting there. You can also get inspirations to help the players in the tabletop campaigns that we do every month. And so that's a big part of things too. And if you haven't already done so, !ArvTreon for that. And of course, subbing to the channel, which you can do by clicking that button around the video window, will let you get inspirations to help the players and allow you to do multiple things actually to support the channel, including getting sub badges, emotes, and things like that as well to use everywhere across Twitch. Yes, exactly. They make all the acoustical difference as well. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is an IBPA Benjamin Franklin Award finalist for Best Graphic Novel of 2020. We will find out if it is a gold medalist next month, but you can check that out with !Icarus. Athos Arts is also the publisher of record for my book Greyshade, which is coming out shortly, and then the Kickstarter for the Greyshade IP, the Greyshade universe, will be happening later in the summer. And so if you want to know more about that, you can check out, of course, !Greyshade KS. I just signed the contract for that today, actually, so they are officially the publisher of record, which is really great. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook, from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which will be doing the tabletop side of things for the Greyshade universe. Last but certainly not least, of course, we have BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Please reach out to others if you need help. Please reach out to others if they need help as well. Now, quick note on schedule. We've got Legacy of Dragonholt going on today, about which more in a moment. Sunday and Monday we will be off. We will not have Soundclash stuff tomorrow or Speculate stuff tomorrow, and on Monday we will not have Emberwind either. There is an off chance I might do a bonus stream in one of those days, an off chance, but I would not count on it. The definite time you'll see me next will be Tuesday for Adventures in Middle-earth, and then D&D with GOSG Storm King's Thunder. And I think this Tuesday is actually also when Tuesday evening we have got NeoCab with the Our Vocalist. That's been a fun game as well, so if you want to get a chance to see more of that awesome game with Russ and Zach Zach and Dot and Rob and company, then you can check us out over on the Our Vocalist Tuesday night. Wednesday, we have Community D&D with the Shadow Crew, with Triffity Mats and Rock God and Echo Alpha X5 and Hoodie, and of course Shadowed Mage is your DM. That'll be happening Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Thursday, we're off, and then Friday, we have Esper Genesis. Saturday, Palace of the Red Pasha, D&D with INB, Palace of the Red Pasha, and then Sunday, Sound Clash the Clampdown. So that's what we've got going on over the next week or so. But today, we've got Legacy of Dragonholt. So let me just make an adjustment to that, and let me adjust, let's see what we've got going on that, and then we've got this. And there we go. So what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Welcome to my abode. So you will notice that I am farther back than normal. I am further back than normal. And the reason that I'm further back than normal is that we've got ourselves going on some Legacy of Dragonholt today. I am very excited for this. Again, I did a little bit of a dry run for this when we were playing Chainsaw Warrior, but I've got something different set up now. I actually have a webcam which is above me because what you can't see is that there is a mic stand which goes over this way with an adapter that hooks to the webcam, which is now focused directly down. And so that's exactly right, Miranda, out with the red and in with the blue. And so that looks something like this. So you can see we have got Legacy of Dragonholt right there. Ta-da! And I'm going to move this over so that we can actually see ourselves a little bit more impressively there. Okay, right. So that's what we've got going on with that. Yeah, I am, and this, remember, this should not have the whole, those of you who were talking about the last time I did this, we had the problem with I didn't have something large enough, long enough really, to get this camera out over the table, so I had to reverse it and put it this way, which meant that you got vertigo. So it looked like you were looking at everything upside down, and I think it was Commander Dunsel who said that it was a little bit weird. So now we actually get the, in-person on the board game type of thing. I'll be able to zoom this in or out. The benefit of having a wireless mouse, I can control stuff here, so I can turn things off and on and do all that stuff with OBS. Yeah, I worked to get a better camera angle than this, and it's pretty cool actually because it's literally the mic stand is up above me and over, which you can't see, so it works out really, really well. So I am very excited for that stuff. So this today is Legacy of Dragonholt that we are playing. Now, this has been something which I know Miranda, as I said, has been big on. Miranda has been wanting me to try it, and I finally said, you know what? I should give this a try. So we're doing D&D with viewers, and actually, it just struck me that to make this work, I also have to fire up ARVBot. So give me just 1 second. Or ARVBot Plus, I should say. Where are you? ARVBot Plus, there we go. Okay. And start ARVBot. Activate ARVBot. Okay. All right, so we've got that. And let's fire up our polls, which is the biggest part of this. All right, and I'm going to be able to put this over here. And I won't need that, and I won't need that. I will need the ARVBot, though. ARVBot Plus is as follows. So let me get... There we go. All right, so we're going to move that up to here. All right, there we go. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we're going to maximize that. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to have a chance then to actually see this. Now, the only the only thing that I just realized is the one flaw in my plan. So the one flaw in my plan is the fact that my keyboard is not wireless. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. My keyboard is not wireless, and my keyboard is there, and I'm here. All right, well, I will do this in situations where I have to, but I may end up doing some of this in chat. I'm going to have to think about how to deal with this. I had a wireless keyboard, but it stopped working, and this keyboard that I have, I bought not that long ago, and I really like it. So, yeah. But it means that we've got this going on. I do have to make one adjustment anyway, though. So bear with me 1 second. I'm going to come here so I can adjust this. because Twitch chat is a little... No, I do not. We need a wireless keyboard. Definitively do not. I don't want one. I had the keyboard that I had, which Dragon Spear is nice enough to get me, was great. But it also was just, I couldn't type well on it. I can type very well on this one. I like it. It's good. So yes, this is for Dragon Spear especially. Do not get me a wireless keyboard. I don't want one. I do like wireless things. Oh, how about I not forget my wireless mouse? Need to have my wireless mouse. So this wireless mouse is from Dragon Spear too. So, all right, now this game that we're about to play is called Legacy of Dragonholt. So I have a question. I asked this yesterday. For those of you who are not here, how many people have played voice activation? Oh, can you imagine? Tab. That's what I totally should do. How many of you... oh, and one other thing I wanted to note, by the way, just before we get started, one other tech thing. I set up something where this light, the LifeX beam behind me, flashes when we get a new follower. Now, there's a delay on it, but I do want to mention that if someone follows today and you see that flash at some point, that will mean that we actually got a follow in chat. Now, you'll see the announcement anyway, but I'm testing it out. So you might get the classic, you know, da-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, the Final Fantasy VII victory music. And then later on, you'll get the flashing, which is kind of cool. I'm just trying it out and kind of seeing what I think about it. So, okay, now, I know that Mirinda has played this before. How many other people have played this game before, Legacy of Dragonholt? How many of you have played it? Or, I assume some of you know of it, but how many besides Mirinda have played it? No. Nope. Never heard of it. It's a bit. It was a thing that was showing up a lot at Gen Con in the Fantasy Flight booth, Illness, which I know we both equally love. All right, so good. So we got some people. We got some new people to this. So this is cool. This is literally going to be unboxing and the whole bit. I only know it is a cooperative game. We're going to play it together. We're going to see how things go. So the time has come to unbox, chat. For the first time, I am opening the shrink wrap. We're going to open the shrink wrap, and we're going to see how this all goes. Appropriately shrunk wrap. So, okay. Yes, that's fair enough. There are a lot of things that show up at the Fantasy Flight booth. That is a good point. All right, here we go. You smell that? You smell that smell, chat? Can you smell that new game smell? Here, let me just like smell-o-vision. Let me just like in your direction. That sound, you know. Yeah, exactly, Geester. Yeah. That new game smell. All right. So we've got here. Let's see. Oh, nope, like that. Healing potion. So we've got what looks like several sets of cards. And we got character creation. We've got character sheets. Okay. We've got to new roads. Oh, we got books too. We've got let's see. To new roads. We've got an envelope. Please refer to my first letter. Dragonholt Village, 30 to 50 minutes per chapter. We've got another map of Dragonholt. Sonia's journal. We've got 50 to 80 minutes, Sliver of Silver, Crypt of Carthun, Whispering Leaves, Terror on the Prairie. Dang. Paper Faces. Oh, man, chat. We got all these things going on. Unlikely, Hillness. I'm going to be going to Origins because I'm co-coordinating the Origins library, which is 2 weeks later. But because Gen Con is on my birthday this year, and because there's no symposium, and because 2 weeks later Origins is being held, and because I'm going to be back teaching, so I'm already going to have to miss a class for Origins, not likely that I'm going to be able to get to Gen Con. I did find out that the symposium is coming back next year, but I just can't. I doubt I can do both. Yeah, I wish I could. You know how important Gen Con is to me, but... Okay, and we got a rule book. And we got character creation. All right, so it says read this first. I will do what it says. All right. So here we go. Yeah, that's really cool. Worldcon is a strong possibility. Yes, quite true. All right, here we go. Introduction. Let me see if I can... well, I won't be able to show it to you directly. No. I can't. Okay, so I'm going to have to read it to you. All right, introduction. I don't think Sonia's death was an accident, explains Celise, warming her hands at the fire. It's late and unseasonable. Oh, wait, I need music. Can't do this without music. We need music. You know what we need, chat? We need more than music. We need some Green Forge Studio ambient music, baby. All right, how's that coming through, everybody? I'll adjust it. It's loud. Okay, I'll adjust it. Okay, I'll adjust it. All right. Okay, how's that? Better? Is that good? Is that better? Okay, cool. All right, we needed to make sure we had some music going on. Good, good, good. Also, hi, Second Ops. All righty, let's do this. Lovely. All right. So, where was I? Yes. I don't think Sonia's death was an accident, explains Celise, warming her hands at the fire. It's late, an unseasonable chill has set in around the manor. If nothing else, it reflects her mood. Foul play? Asked Timothy. Even with her back turned, Celise can all but hear the steward's brow arch. Based on what? Something Sonia told me herself, replies Celise. She turns and looks over the small office where Timothy manages the Countess's affairs. She crosses the distance to him and shares what she knows in a quiet voice. He listens, asking no questions until she is done. Who else have you told? He asks. Just you. I see. I shall discuss this with the Countess in the morning. For now, I think it best to keep this quiet. Philip, especially, doesn't need these thoughts gnawing at him with his sister's death so fresh. Yes, I think you're right, sighs Celise as she departs. Perhaps my fears are groundless, she muses to herself. In any case, I've already left my letter with the town clerk to be sent with the morning's post. She returns to her bedroom, jumping at every shadow cast by the statues in the gallery and every sound that could be a muffled footfall. Still too loud? Boy, it is amazing how sensitive this is sometimes. Like, it's at 2 out of 100. Is that... Like, I can't hear it now. Can you hear it? No, I'm not using Roll20. I'm just using regular media player. How about that? Is that all right? Okay, that's good. Not too loud. Not too soft. Okay, good. Perfect. All right, on we go. She returns to her bedroom, jumping at every shadow cast by the statues in the gallery and every sound that could be a muffled footfall. Yeah, I can't. I mean, this is already extended as far as it can go, and I already have, like, the microphone. I have it way turned up. I don't think that's the problem. I mean, I think that should be okay. Also, hi, nonstop. Every sound that could be a muffled footfall. You're imagining... Wait, let me go back. She returns to her bedroom, jumping at every shadow cast by the statues in the gallery and every sound that could be a muffled footfall. You're imagining things, she whispers. The nearest statue tips and falls toward her. Yeah, okay. It's no joke. All right. Well, and that's us. So we die, and that was a good game, everyone. I hope everyone. No, just kidding. Okay. Game overview. Legacy of Dragonholt is a cooperative narrative adventure game in which 1 to 6 players, Or in this case, it's 1 to, what do we got right now? Closing in on 16. 1 to 16 players. Hopefully soon to be 1 to be 50, 60, 100, you know. Take on the role of heroes. This game contains a single campaign during which you, the heroes, the heroes, what's up, Lone Wolf, undertake quests by venturing into dark caves, dangerous forests, and deserted shopping malls. I made that one up. Along the way, you will encounter vicious monsters and cunning bandits, earn wealth and fame, and possibly foil the plot of an evil overlord. Possibly. Object of the game. Legacy of Dragonholt is a cooperative game. That is, if you're playing with more than one player, all of you are on the same team. However, unlike other games, Legacy of Dragonholt is not about winning or losing. Legacy of Dragonholt is a game about storytelling. Storytelling the time that you won. No, I'm just kidding. I made that part up. Let's see. As you play, your decisions will weave a narrative tapestry that tells the story of your adventures in the village of Dragonholt. You take on the role of hero, a brave adventurer who seeks fame and fortune, either by performing acts of good and honor, or simply by seeking out monsters to battle or villagers to save. While playing Legacy of Dragonholt, you will tell a continuous story related to your adventures. When one adventure ends, another can begin. The game comes to an end when you reach the story's natural conclusion. What that conclusion is, however, depends entirely on the decisions you make on your adventures. Unlike some other games, winning and losing in Legacy of Dragonholt is not black and white. The decisions you make will have far-reaching consequences that ultimately affect the outcome of the story. You might fail to find a fabled treasure or to save an innocent victim, but if you enjoy the story, that is a victory. Alright, components. Alright, so we've got this rule book, that's this thing. We've got the character creation book, that's this thing. While playing, you should refer to this rule book. It's not a very thick rule book, pretty thin. If you have any rules questions. Rules glossary, pages 4 to 7 of this document. There's the rules glossary. Contains all game rules organized alphabetically by topic. The 6 quest books, which I already went through, and 1 village book, contains all of the stories and adventures you'll experience while playing. You should not read from the quest books or village book unless you've been instructed to do so. Likewise, while reading an entry in one of these books, do your best not to read other entries on the same page unless instructed to do so. The last stage of setup will instruct you to begin reading from the 2 New Roads quest book. Alright? You'll be instructed to read the letter from Celise during the first adventure. You may refer back to and reread the letter anytime that you wish. The letter from Celise is, "Dear party, I hope that..." as she was hit by the statue. Your adventure will take you to Dragonholt, a sleepy farming village. You'll receive a map of Dragonholt after you arrive in the village. Later in your adventures, you might find Sonia's journal. Do not examine this component until you're instructed to do so. It might hold the key to solving a mystery, resolving some issue, or completing a quest. Yeah, exactly. Dear party, is that a rock? The 20 item cards should be kept in a face-down deck while playing. Alright. Well, these are the item cards. These are item cards. And you don't want to be, I gather you don't want to be like shuffling them or anything from what I can tell. So we're going to put that down there. Let's see. Then we've got, do not examine the front face of any card until you're instructed to gain that card. Okay. If playing with multiple players, you'll use activation tokens. Well, that's going to be us doing that collectively. And then there are the 6 blank character sheets. That's these things right here that we've got. These are the character sheets. To be used to record information about your character during character creation. Back of each book features a tracking sheet you will need to play. Ooh, yes there is. You can make a copy of it, which I think I will do now. Alright. Give me... Copy... color. Let's go. Alright. We're going to get the copy, which is going to be popping out in your view shortly as it warms up. Hey, what's up, Rock God? Okay. And here we are. And look at that lovely little, there we go, story tracking sheet we got. Very nice. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Copy, printer, fax machine all in one. All right, so we got that going on. We got the story tracking sheet. All right. And I think that's it. Okay. Setup. To begin a new game, perform the following steps in order. All right. First step is to create your hero, an avatar that represents you in the story. The character creation book gives the full rules for creating a hero. That book also includes an example of creating a hero from beginning to end. Read through the character creation book and follow the steps for creating a hero. All right, chat. Time to create a hero. All right, so character creation. All right, here we go. Character creation. Before you jump into your first adventure, you need to create a character, an avatar that will represent you in the rune-bound world. Your character, also called a hero, also called the Mandalorian, also called a hero, is a combination of mechanical statistics and your imagination. Your character has a race, such as dwarf or elf, a class, such as knight or apothecary. That's what we need to be, is an apothecary, right? And a set of skills. We have a set of skills, chat. Special skills that make us very, very gifted at finding people like them. We can use those skills. Okay. What's up, Sticker Glue? Beyond mechanics, you define your character's appearance, personality, and ideals. Before you begin creating your character, imagine the type of hero, chat, you want to portray. Your character might be a courageous knight, a daring thief, a excitable bard. Which fantastical race do you want to tell a story about? How does your character prefer to handle social situations or combat? Once you have an idea for your character in mind, follow the steps below, making decisions that reflect the character you want to create. Your character may evolve with each decision you make. What's most important is that you're excited to tell a story about the characters you create. So, you choose a race, class, describe yourself and choose your skills. Be sure to record your decisions and the pertinent details about your character. You can track your character on the character sheet, like that. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Hereafter, you refers both to you as a player as well as your character. All right, and then so they talk about this other character that they bring in as a possibility. Okay, so here we go. Step 1, choose a race. This is obviously 2018 before we started moving to talk about races a little bit differently, but that's okay, that's what it calls it now. Choose a race. Each character is a member of one of the many intelligent humanoid species in the rune-bound world. The stories in this game take place in the realm of Terranoth. Terranoth is predominantly settled by humans, although orcs are also common among the free cities and the wilderness between them. Terranoth is crowned in the north by the great Dunwar Mountains, the ancestral home of the dwarves. The emerald boughs of the Amelin shelter the settlements of the Latari elves and define the southernmost bounds of Terranoth. Although less common, some gnome communities and catfolk tribes, catfolk tribes, also call Terranoth their home. Choosing your race is an important first step. This decision contributes to your identity in an important way by establishing your general appearance and your natural talents gained from the struggles your people face. Each section includes a brief description of the race's physical appearance, as well as 2 examples of cultural groups established by that race in the rune-bound world. Additionally, each entry includes racial skills that you're likely to possess if you choose that race. We'll discuss skills in more details in Step 4. For now, just keep the skills for your chosen race in mind, or refer back to this step later. All right, so here's who we got. Grace. So I could hypothetically be a cat burglar. Yes, that is apparently an option. All right, option number 1, chat, is this. All right. Option number 1 is humans. Humans are a short-lived race and really, really dumb. No, I made that part up. Humans are a short-lived race, but diverse and resilient. They are larger and usually stronger than elves, dwarves, and gnomes, and despite their short lifespans, or perhaps because of them, humans are swift to learn and adapt. Human skin ranges in color from a dark brown through red and gold tones to a fair-skinned pink. Hair tends to be black, brown, or blonde, with red uncommon and gray or white generally a sign of advanced age. Yeah, exactly. Short-lived, brutish, and nasty, yes. All right, baronial humans. In the baronies of Terranoth, the Deccan lords rule. Each lord holds land granted in time immemorial by the Penacor kings, the first and greatest dynasty of Terranoth's rulers. Terranoth is a wild realm, largely untamed and often dangerous, so these lands are protected by soldiers and knights in shining steel armor. The humans of the baronies are stout folk, accustomed to the dangers of the world and the virtues of hard work necessary to combat them. They are loyal to their feudal lords, but demand that the lords in turn live up to their obligations to their subject. What a piece of work is man! In aspiration, how divine in faculty, yes. Even the commoners are a proud people, many holding their own land as yeomen and doing their part to push back the wilderness for the good of all Takan's children. Although somewhat suspicious of outsiders and always vigilant for any threat, baronial humans enjoy good relationships with most other races. The most notable exceptions are the tribal orcs, whose lack of respect for baronial boundaries and hunting rights create friction. Alright, so that's one kind of human is baronial humans. The other kind of human is free city humans. Free cities of Terranoth are large, bustling centers of trade and travel, where people from all over the world congregate to exchange goods and ideas. Although subordinate to the Council of Barons in our show, the free cities bow to no baron, and their residents are often heedless of distinctions of class and birth. The humans of the free cities look to the future rather than to Terranoth's storied past. They are less concerned with how things have been done before, and more with how to do them better now. Their lack of care for noble lineage and birthright means each person in the free cities tries to make a name for himself or herself, to find the one innovation or business venture that will catapult them into the upper echelons of society. Free city humans are extremely open to other races and other modes of thought. Although other races are sometimes negatively disposed toward them, the people of the free cities enthusiastically believe that all peoples can learn from one another and are eager to learn from and trade with all people everywhere. That's either really cool or it's another example of like, just we need more markets. I don't know. All right, and then we have human names and then human skills. All right, human skills. Humans are intensely social. Deception, empathy, and persuasion are all of great use in their communities. Their tendency toward large cities and towns encourages them to be streetwise, which is another skill. Many human communities maintain a disciplined and well-trained militia in which humans receive military training, and human willpower is considered strong to the point of obstinacy, which humans seem to take as a sort of strange compliment. All right, so that's humans, all right? Second one, orcs. Orcs are the largest and most physically powerful of the civilized races, even larger and stronger than humans on average. Their lifespans, however, are brief by the standards of the other races. Here's an orc, by the way. Alright. Orcs have strong jawlines, pronounced tusk-like teeth, skin ranges through gray, green, and brown tones, with hair almost universally black. Before I go to like different types of orcs, I think what I'm going to do to speed it up a little bit is I'm just going to talk about the skills that each race possesses. So, okay, cool, nonstop. So orc skills. Orcs practice athletics from a young age, climbing, jumping, running, and building their endurance. Their rough play is also a form of training in brawling, as even today orcs remain a somewhat violent people. Violence expresses itself through orc justice, by which we mean Klingons, where trial by combat is common. Many orcs learn dueling with a variety of weapons. Living off the land and close to nature as they do, orcs must learn survival or perish. Their spirit speakers and elders are valuable tribal leaders who teach the youth the arts of devotion. So athletics, endurance, brawling, dueling, survival, devotion are big skills for orcs. Okay? All right. Dwarves. All right, dwarves. Dwarves are short of stature but stocky of build, with powerful muscles despite their small size. They seem to age only a little more slowly than humans, but once they reach their gray-haired old age, they can remain fit and vigorous for over a century. Dwarven skin tones range from a dark slate gray through as fair as alabaster. Their hair and beards, for dwarves are often very proud of their beards, tend to be black, brown, or copper-red, turning white with age. Alright, dwarf skills. The rough mountain homes of the dwarves teach them athletics and endurance from a young age. Dwarves are famously as stubborn as the mountains too, and their willpower is second to none. All dwarven cultures value craftsmanship. All young dwarves learn the history of their ancestors, and with their numbers sadly reduced, too many of their youth must take up arms and learn the military trade. So athletics, endurance, willpower, craftsmanship, history, and military is dwarves. Alright? Alright, 3 down, 3 to go. Elves. Elves are graceful, beautiful beings. See? With very, very cool hats. Elves are graceful, beautiful beings that are so long-lived, some believe them to be immortal. They maintain their beauty throughout their lives and often manage to combine ancient wisdom and youthful minds. Elven coloration varies wildly by tribe. While many elves cover the same span of skin and hair colors found among humans or dwarves, more exotic blue, green, purple, and other colors are not unheard of. Alright, elf skills. Elves are beings of almost supernatural grace and dexterity, so agility comes naturally to them. The elves take that dexterity and refine it through training in archery, at which they are the undisputed masters. Their attitude toward the arts carries into their attitude towards war, and elves favor slender dueling swords to complement their deadly bows. Over the course of their long lives, elves study arcana and the many secrets of the world. They learn history by simple virtue of living through most of it. And their dedication to purity and the natural world gives them devotion superior to most other races. So agility, archery, dueling, arcana, history, and devotion. All right, then we have gnomes. All right, gnomes. Gnomes are the smallest of the civilized races, even shorter than dwarves and much more slight of build. They are longer lived than humans, but not so much as dwarves or elves. Gnomes tend to have ruddy, wholesome complexions in warm brown tones with warm brown or red hair. Gnome skills. Gnomes have nimble fingers and keen minds. They find themselves drawn to trades that require cunning over brute strength, such as alchemy, craftsmanship, or performance. Their gregarious nature makes them excellent at persuasion, and most gnomes learn to be streetwise purely out of a need to stay ahead of larger and stronger danger. Gnomes are small and light on their feet, which makes them excellent at stealth, and given their size, this is sometimes all that keeps them from harm. Alright, so we've got gnomes. And we have one more. Catfolk. Reminding us a little bit of Grace, Triffitt's character. Alright, catfolk. Catfolk are small in number, but spread far across the world. They have so many physical similarities to cats that some believe them to be closely related, an assertion that most catfolk find insulting. Are you talking to Meow? I'm just perfect the way I am. Catfolk are agile, and their senses and claws are sharp. Catfolk are covered in fur that varies widely in length, coloration, and pattern. They have cat-like muzzles, eyes, tails, and large fur-covered ears. Their hands and feet both sport retractable claws, which catfolk are adept at using as both tools and weapons. Catfolk tend to be shorter-lived than humans. Right, exactly. Or how many jokes are we going to have about, like, Khajiit has wares if you have coin? Like, I mean, right? I'm waiting. Meow. Okay. There are also half catfolk, apparently, but catfolk skills. Catfolk have superlative reflexes, senses, and coordination, with the agility and awareness expected of a forest cat. Natural hunters, catfolk excel at survival. They move easily through their wilderness homes, their natural athletics and stealth keeping them out of danger. When danger does threaten, catfolk have claws, teeth, and an affinity for brawling. So agility, awareness, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. All right, chat. Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, exactly. All right, so here's what we got. Do you want... let's see. Again, this ARVBot Plus brought to you by the amazing Effect Life. Should we choose humans? Swarves, yeah. Dwarves? Gnomes? Oh, no. I did that wrong. Orcs. Dwarves? Gnomes? Or catfolk? Alright, chat. Oh, wait a second. Did I... Wait a minute. Did it not connect? Oh, because he... Effect Life. Why? No! Don't connect to yourself! Effect Life, you've got to connect to us! Oh, man. Let's see. Shoot, I don't remember how to fix this. This is the new version that just came out. Oh, because I don't want to run 6 characters nonstop. We're only going to do 1. Alright, hold on. I gotta try to track him down. Let's see. Oh, I got it. I got it. All right. Config properties. Hold on. Hold, please. I'll fix that. All right. Let me fix that. That'll just take a second, I think. So, we go here. Go here. All right, let's see. This may not work yet, but let's check out and see if it does. Thank you, Dunsel, with a resub for 28 total months. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Aha! Okay, that looks promising. All right, now I think we're cooking with gas. Now I think we're good. Okay. Now I think we should be okay. So let me try that again. Now that I got polls working. All right, let's try that again. So, thank you so much, Commander Dunsel. I appreciate it, man. What should we choose? Humans, orcs, dwarves, gnomes, or catfolk. All right, chat, get your vote in. This is for our character, yes. This is for our character, so get your vote in. Whether you want to play a human, an orc, a dwarf, a gnome, or catfolk. Wow, look at catfolk. Wow, catfolk running away with it. Oh, shoot. Yeah, darn it. Thank you, thank you. Wait. I screwed up. My bad. I screwed up. We have to do that again. Quite right. I completely forgot about elves. Can't imagine why. It's not like they ever forget. Yeah. All right. All right. Forehead. Okay. Okay, my bad. I was thinking, I was like, I think there's 6 of them, aren't there? And it turned out there were. All right, let's try that again. Okay, sorry about that. Humans, orcs, dwarves, elves, gnomes, or catfolk. Sorry about that, my bad. Let's try that again. So here we go. Oh, man. Now we have a couple. Yeah, see, I thought we were gonna get some love for dwarves. I thought orcs might show up somewhere. I wasn't sure, but I'm very curious. Each of these are great. I mean, like, doesn't matter. We're gonna be playing one character, and the game scales for any number of characters. So you can play it with one character, and that's why we're picking one. Nekomimi? What is Nekomimi? Is that what? What is this? What is Nekomimi? What are you saying? Speak! Speak reality. Okay. All right, we're going to last call this. Oh, is that what that means? So wait, cat ears? Is that so when Triffid wears for Grace on Wednesdays, is that what you're wearing, Triffid? Is the Nekomimi, is that what they call that for those? Literally cat ears. Wow. They call them cat ears. Very cool. That's very cool. That's very neat. All right. This is close. Look at this. This is close between catfolk and dwarves. Very close. All right, here we go, folks. Going once. Going twice. And closed. The winner is catfolk. All right. The orc gets no love. Yep. Typical. All right, cool. So it is going to be catfolk. All right. So let's get a pen so we can write this down. Yeah, just wait till you find out, all of you catfolk people, just wait till you find out that the bad guy is named Serious Dog and is a massive German shepherd, like a were German shepherd, and like, you know, has an array of creatures that can destroy cats by looking at them. And you were gonna vote dwarf? What? Hillness. Yeah, I did give the last call. Orc would have been your second choice. I'm sorry, dude. I can't. I did last call it, and I left it open for a while, so I can't, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, it only would have tied, and then we would have had to break the tie somehow. Sorry, man. I am... No, I'm not. I'm honestly not. No, I think the catfolk is an interesting creature. I liked all of these, actually. I have no objection to any of them. All of them would have been good in their own way. All right, so race. So we're going to have... There's a part of me that feels like... Yeah, you know what? This is... I feel ridiculous doing this, but I'm going to photocopy it anyway. I feel kind of silly doing that because it's like... I mean... It's like a blank sheet of paper, like, basically, but... Oh, okay. Yeah, so I might as well make copies, yeah. It's just, it's weird because there's literally 6 identical copies of this already in there. So it's like, you know, but just to be on the safe side. All right, there we go. Nice. Lovely, thank you. All right, good. So, okay, here we go. So... There is a PDF. Yeah, there's like printables at Fantasy Flight as well. Okay, so here we go, folks. So we have got us catfolk. All right. Okay, step 1 now. Now we got to choose a class. All right. Your class broadly describes your training and talents and the tactics you're most likely to use. Actually, wait a second. Hold on a minute. We need to figure out, first of all, we need to figure out what kind of catfolk. So let me tell you this one, okay? There's 2 kinds of catfolk. There's the Hirinks, which live in small villages in hard-to-reach and desolate spaces throughout Terranoth and the Dunwar Mountains. In deep forests and snowy mountain valleys, there they hunt, fish, and raise small herds of hardy pigs, goats, or sheep. Every few years, usually in the windows... Oh, well, thank you, Sticker. Usually in the winter, Hirinks villages run short of food and begin to starve. When this happens, their custom is to exile all unmarried adults in the village. These exiles spread to the 4 winds, seeking new hunting grounds or buying their acceptance into an existing Hirinks community. As a result of this practice of exile, Hirinks are unsentimental about their homelands and their families. They feel no special loyalty to their place of origin or indeed their fellow catfolk, but they do have goods if you have coin. I'm sorry. I just want you to know that the Khajiit jokes will be coming fast and furious in this session. I just want you all to know that. And are principally concerned with finding their old own place in the world. Although rarely seen by other races, what's up, TNS? Hirinks have little difficulty getting along with them. They are inquisitive and adaptable, accustomed to leaving a situation when it becomes unsuitable and finding a new one. Wanderer gnomes and tribal orcs sometimes trade with Hirinks villagers, although in truth the Hirinks are usually too poor to benefit either party much. Some few Hirinks villages have entered into profitable arrangements with Dunwar dwarves, trading Hirinks expertise as hunters and trackers for dwarven steel and handcrafts. Okay, so that's one option is Hirinks. The other one is half catfolk. Catfolk of any sort are rare in Terranoth and are seen generally in exotic curiosities. The Singara and Khajiit... No, Khatji, not Khajiit, Khatji. But, come on now. Have their homeland across the water. The Reshar are rarely seen outside the Amelin, and the Hirinks are few in number and live in the wild places of the kingdom where humans scarcely travel. Yet despite this, half-catfolk children are still occasionally born. Such unfortunates seldom lead easy lives, as they will forever be caught between two worlds. No half-catfolk could ever pass as pure catfolk, as they rarely have fur and their claws and senses are not as sharp as their non-human parent, and they also struggle to navigate human society where their ears and tail mark them as something unusual wherever they go. It's difficult to speak in broad terms about half-catfolk as they are so rare. Some fight the odds and find acceptance in either human or catfolk society. Others never do, living as outcasts and scraping by as best they can on the fringes. Most of them go their whole lives and never meet another half-catfolk or anyone else who truly understands their struggle. Half-catfolk are often ostracized by both human and catfolk communities, but find a warmer welcome among elves, dwarves, and gnomes who consider them no stranger than either of their parents. Alright, so are we going with Hirinks or half-catfolk, people? What are we going to do? Are we going half or full cat? We going full cat? Full kete. Alright, we got full. We got 3 full, 1 half, 4 full, 2 half. What's up, Echo? 5 full. Half is so anime. 5 full, 2 half. 6 full, 2 half. Nonstop, are you doing half? I got 6 full, 2 half right now. Are you doing half? Nonstop? 6 full, 2 half. 6 full, 2 half. Alright. 7 full, 2 half. Alright, I'm going to last call this. 8 full, 2 half. Need that coin. 8 full and 2 half. Going once. 8 full and 2 half going twice. Alright, sold. So we are a Hirinks. We are... Can I move this a little bit? Oh yeah, this got pushed way down for some reason. I was wondering why it was so far down. Alright, so... Alright, Hirinks catfolk. Alright. Okay. What about a name? What have we got for a name? Now, it says about names that catfolk normally have a single name given to them by their parents. When they reach adulthood, catfolk adopt a new name, and their child name is used only by intimate family. In small Hirinks communities, each member is often given a title that describes his or her role in the community. So, what are we thinking about for a catfolk name, chat? And what I'm going to do is, I'll take some of these, and we're going to pick a name choice. Oh my goodness, these are some good ones. Hang on, hang on. Alright. Heathcliff. Okay. Yeah. Alright, Heathcliff. We've got One-Eyed Tom. One-Eyed Tom. Alright, whoops. We have got Brish is the child name. So what, but we need a, what's the name that we're going to be using though, CQ? Trixie Powerpaw. Powerpaw. That's from Echo. Forgot. Forgot. Cute. Cute, nonstop. Neko RV. Thomas Jasper, huh? Well, it's got to be one name, though, Sticker. Remember, it's got to be one name. So are we talking Thomas? So Tom? Are we talking Tom, basically? Because it's got to be one name. So are we talking Tom? Tom? All right. All right, I'll take 2 more. I'll take 2 more from someone who hasn't nominated yet. If anyone has any. Otherwise, Purty. No, you already got Forgot. You already got Forgot. Scratchy. And he'll have a companion called Itchy, right? Harriet. All right, I mean, the last one's going to be Mrs. Dunsel with Doggy. Doggy. I'm sure that will help them fit right in. Hello, cat. Your name is Doggy. All right. All right, chat. Get your vote in. Heathcliff, One-Eyed Tom, Trixie Powerpaw, Forgot, Neko Arby, Tom, Scratchy, Harriet, or Doggy. Oh, man. Doggy. That's funny. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Because this thing is slowly, I think, well, maybe not. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm wrong. Mr. Zazzles. All right, I'm glad to see the chat has successfully voted for its own name so far. All right, get your votes in, chat. This is going to be the name of our character. This is going to be our character for the rest of this, so. TNS trying to play coy by $8 vote. What the heck, TNS? How long you been doing this, my dude? There you go. Ah, Harriet's getting some support. Harriet's getting some love. Trixie Powerpaw. I feel like Trixie Powerpaw is like the opening of an 80s cartoon. Trixie Powerpaw and the Kittens or something, right? I'm gonna last call this. Give me 1 sec. Okay. And the Kittens of Light. Trixie Powerpaw. Trixie Powerpaw and the Kittens of Light. Ah, ah, ah. Trixie Powerpaw. Meowing at top of the galaxy. Ah, ah. Trixie Powerpaw. Going to the litter box of doom. Catvoke version of She-Ra. Oh, man. All right, listen, I mean, okay, so right now, Harriet is heading the pack. Doggy is in second. And we've got Heathcliff, Trixie Powerpaw, Forgot, and Tom. Does not look like Neko, RV, Scratchy, or One-Eyed Tom are going to get any love here. So, all right, last call, chat. This is your last chance. So if you want to, I'm not going to do a second round of voting. I think you can change your vote if you want to. So if people want to change their vote, they can. Otherwise, you're going to stick with what you got. We're going to close this down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it's Harriet. Harriet it is. All right. Very important that it's spelled that way, right? H-A-I-R-R-I-E-T-T. R-I-E-T-T. So far, I think we have Trifid's dream character. I feel like we're just creating like Trifid's like mental perception of the greatest character of all time. Arvin Cateron. That's all. Arvin Cateron. Although it also sounds like catamaran, like But yes, Arvin Cateron. That's good stuff. Arvin has that. Okay, now it's time for a class, everybody. Okay, so here we go. Here are the 7 classes you can choose from. Apothecary, Bard, Brawler, Knight, Sage, Thief, and Wildlander. Okay, so let's start with Apothecary. Apothecaries ply their trade in many of the towns and villages of Terranoth. They brew curative potions and other alchemical concoctions using their knowledge of herbs, minerals, and other chemicals to great effect. While some simple concoctions can be brewed with readily available ingredients, good night, Hillness, the most interesting and potent brews require reagents that are not so easily acquired. Apothecaries must often gather those materials themselves, journeying into deep forests for a rare herb or exploring a dark cave in search of an exotic mushroom. Some of the most valuable ingredients, such as dragon's blood or powdered Dimmerin stone, are so difficult to acquire that a prospective apothecary must recruit the services of a deadly band of adventurers or mercenaries, so finding apothecaries who have taken up the adventuring life is not that uncommon. Whether they've set up shop in a town or wander constantly in search of ingredients, an apothecary is welcome everywhere as their most common remedies are in constant demand. Of course, some disreputable sorts sell fake cures, but these charlatans are no true apothecaries. Alright, apothecary skills. Apothecaries must learn alchemy to practice their trade. Many also learn craftsmanship along the way. An apothecary is usually the person most responsible for selling his or her own goods and managing a sometimes quite complex business, so they find persuasion and reasoning useful. Many flowers and herbs have medicinal or alchemical properties. As such, some apothecaries learn survival as a way to forage for their own ingredients. Although alchemy isn't precisely magic, it can be a related field. Some potions are magical brews or can be helped along by magical ingredients. Many apothecaries learn arcana either out of curiosity or to enhance their business. So it looks like the skills you want for an apothecary are alchemy, obviously, craftsmanship, persuasion, reasoning, survival, and arcana. That's that list. So that's what we've got. Well, I was thinking that, Triffid, although, if you're up in a mountain pass, right, like a Herynx is, you probably need to be able to gather some of your, healing herbs and stuff, right? I would think. I don't know. All right, so that's an apothecary. Now, a bard. Many minstrels exist in Terranoth, trained to various levels of proficiency in a handful of instruments. Some are just farmers with a good ear and a mean bow on the fiddle, while others travel from court to court playing epic battles and mournful lays for the aristocracy. But they all have one thing in common. They are not bards. To be a bard, one must be trained at a bardic college. Bards learn dozens of instruments and hundreds of songs, sagas, and scraps of lore. Once they have demonstrated their mastery of storytelling and performance, bardic students are ready to be initiated into the magical secrets of the college. Bardic magic is subtle, so subtle in fact that others doubt it is magic at all. The University of Greyhaven is divided on the question of whether the bard's ability to aid a person's healing with song is magical or merely musical. Bards are happy enough to remain cryptic on the subject. After all, they are called secrets of the bardic colleges for a reason. A bard is not a bard without skill in performance, and deception, empathy, and persuasion are second nature to most bards, who are such keen students of people's natures, their loves, desires, and their most important stories. They are also wandering sorts in general, and so become streetwise in short order. Bards are nothing without their stories, and the best stories come from history. In fact, what is history but a series of stories encapsulating all knowledge? Okay, so for a bard, you're looking at performance, deception, empathy, persuasion, streetwise, and history. A cat person bard, exactly. Now the moon is there. Yeah. All right. Then we've got a brawler. Okay, well, this is not a brawler. This is an elf apothecary, apparently, this picture. That's an elf apothecary, but we don't have an elf, so Okay, brawler. Men at arms in service to a lord receive training on a regular basis, drilling alongside fellow soldiers in courtyards of castles, marching to and from their barracks in formation. Many future knights are trained as young squires, learning the art of war from knights and sergeants at arms. The dwarves have their warriors' guild, the elves have their own exotic and cloistered warrior traditions, but for the vast majority of those who take up the fighter's trade, there is no school but hard knocks. Brawlers are self-taught, or at best given a few lessons in rough and tumble from friends or family members. They have to learn from experience, each skinned knuckle or broken nose a lesson. Understandably, most of them die or are forced into retirement by injury before they become truly proficient. But those rare few who find they have the talent, who find that they win more they lose, can become as skilled a warrior as any knight or deep hall guardian. Brawlers can make a good living fighting for spectacle or offering their services to merchants or anyone else with money as bodyguards or leg breakers. Some take up bounty hunting or turn to banditry. In any case, brawlers go into each fight knowing it could be their last, and some of them are surprisingly averse to violence as a result of this knowledge. Brawler skills. Brawling is the key to a brawler's success. I mean, that feels a little... I don't know why that would be the case, why you would want to know brawling if you're a brawler. To succeed at brawling, they need to keep their bodies in peak condition. They train regularly in athletics and to improve their endurance. Because brawlers live or die on their reputation, they also practice dueling to revenge any slights to their prowess or whatever rough and tumble version of honor to which they subscribe. Even an accomplished warrior won't last long as a brawler without some streetwise to keep ahead of the many enemies such people tend to acquire in their wake, and sheer bloody-minded willpower to never give up. So, brawling, athletics, endurance, dueling, streetwise, and willpower, those are the big skills for brawlers. Okay, Knight. Knights are noble warriors trained in all arts of combat and typically equipped with the finest weapons and armor by their noble patron or knightly order. That doesn't sound a lot like Harriet, but knighthood in Terranoth is as much a social benediction as it is a profession. Knights who have sworn their sword, like to a noble lord or a religious cult, are by definition members of the nobility themselves. To become a knight, a warrior must be granted knighthood by a patron. In Terranoth, this usually involves a religious ritual, such as standing vigil, combined with a formal oath of fealty in which a warrior pledges to uphold a code of chivalry, and serve a lord or knightly order in return for land and incomes or a place at court. However, any knight can bestow knighthood on another, and it is not uncommon for knights to be created on the spot after an act of valor or heroism on the battlefield or a great tournament victory. Masterless knights, called knights errant, usually hold themselves to the same standards of chivalry and nobility as landed knights or knights templar, but they do so with none of the comforts or incomes of their brethren. A knight errant must find a living where he or she can, which often means mercenary work or traveling from tournament to tournament in the hope of a winner's purse. Some turn aside from their chivalrous code and become fallen knights, bandits, or worse. Knight skills. Knights train regularly in the arts of war and are among the preeminent military minds of their generation. Their experience on the campaign also hones their bodies, training them athletics. Guard duty requires awareness. They must also be always ready to defend their homes, or their honor, or the honor of their lord or vassals, so they practice dueling. In fact, many knights travel to tournaments to hone their skills. Knights customarily stand a vigil to earn their knighthood, an act which requires both devotion and willpower. So, military, athletics, awareness, dueling, devotion, and willpower. That's what we've got for that. Okay. Then we've got, let's see, 3 more. Sage. Knowledge is a prize without a price, it's said, and the sages are the ones who know who said it, when, and in what language. In a society where many commoners cannot read, sages are prized for their rare knowledge. Some can make a living performing simple but essential tasks such as writing wills and reading laws and proclamations for the illiterate. Most sages strive for much more, however, especially those from more learned communities. The average sage spends most of his or her time reading, and when not reading, writing. Sages seek out ancient books, eagerly translating them from their original languages and annotating them with their own observations. They swap letters and other correspondence with their fellows, continuously contributing to the general knowledge of all sages. Various cultures have their own traditions and ways of training their sages. In Terranoth, sages often study at the universities of Greyhaven, but can also receive their educations from the cult of Kelos or another religious institution, and the division between a sage and a priest isn't always clear-cut. Dwarves have their own sage traditions, which emphasize blah, blah, blah. The elves, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it doesn't matter because we're not a dwarf or an elf. All right, sage skills. Sages are among the most widely read and well-educated people in the world. Their knowledge of history is unquestioned, but many also study the arts of magic in the form of arcana and runes. Those with a more philosophical bent also practice reasoning and enjoy engaging in almost endlessly intricate intellectual debates, while those who favor hands-on learning dedicate their time to craftsmanship. Many sages who are trained by or as priests learn devotion, which may or may not reflect their own sincerely held beliefs. So we got history, arcana, runes, not ruins, but runes, reasoning, craftsmanship, and devotion. All right, so that's what we got for sage. All right, 2 more. Thief. Most societies in the world have a principle of ownership. A thing belongs to one person and not to another. But most societies also have individuals who don't particularly care about this principle, at least as it applies to another person. Thieves are in the business of taking things that belong to others. Money, valuables, horses, even food when the harvest is bad. If it can be moved, it can be stolen. Obviously, this behavior is illegal, and a thief doesn't stay a thief, or alive, for long if he or she gets caught. Many of the larger towns and cities have loose confederations of thieves, sometimes called a thieves' guild, that share skills and knowledge, parcel out turf, and enforce certain standards of behavior among their members. Guild thieves pride themselves on limiting their crimes to theft only, and may expound at length on the difference between burglary, stealing from a home, or robbery, stealing with a threat or use of violence. Violence is to be avoided, considered crass and crude, and of course inviting increased scrutiny and aggressive measures from the city watch. But, well, thieves are criminals by definition, and even other thieves can do little to restrict their behavior. So for thief skills, thieves live by their wits, making deception and reasoning critical. They need agility, stealth, and streetwise to stay ahead of the law and to get to their marks. And of course, thievery is what they do. They just wouldn't be thieves without it. So thievery, deception, reasoning, agility, strength, and streetwise for thieves. Harriet has wares if you have coin. Exactly. All right. Last possible class is Wildlander. Terranoth was once a grand kingdom, but no longer. War and disasters have left haunted ruins where once there were great cities. Even prosperous villages are one bad harvest from oblivion, and the realm is dotted with failed farms and the crumbling remnants of human civilizations. Terranoth remains overwhelmingly a wild and untamed land. Its rolling hills are unspoiled, its plains wave with wild grasses, its rivers and lakes run clear and pristine, its forests rise deep and proud, places where few dare to tread. Those few are called Wildlanders. Wildlanders are hardy, independent men and women, able to vanish into the wilderness for weeks or months on end, living comfortably off the land. Some turn their skills to fur trapping, hunting, or logging for a little extra coin and creature comforts, but they seldom truly need to return to civilization at all. Some Wildlanders act with the authority of one of the barons or even of the citadel itself, patrolling the wild places for bandits, poachers, or monsters that could threaten the baronies. In most cases, they simply deal with the problem on the spot, but from time to time, one of these Wildlanders will emerge from the forest and report a threat too large to be tackled solo. Wildlander skills. Wildlanders use archery and survival to keep themselves fed and healthy in the wild. Even with these skills, their lives are tough and they need endurance to survive. Wildlanders are adept at moving through their wilderness homes, using awareness and stealth to find and sneak up on prey or to escape from enemies. Climbing trees, fording rivers, and scaling mountains are all made easier thanks to Wildlanders' skill at athletics. So, archery, survival, endurance, awareness, stealth, and athletics. Those all sound Harriet possibilities as well. So, here are the skill options, chat. We have got... Whoops, it's not what I meant to do. We have got... Alright, so we have got, as I get this fixed, alright, we have got as options, okay, Apothecary. We have got, let's see, Bard. We have got Brawler. Knight. Sage. Thief. Or Wildlander. All right, chat, what's it going to be? And remember, this is for a catfolk whose name is Harriet, a Hearinx catfolk who came from the mountains. I have to say, I like all choices here. I thought Apothecary was just an interesting, different class. It reminded me a little bit of Artificer and Eberron, which you'll see more about in a couple of months when we start that campaign. But I thought a little bit about that. Ooh, that's a cool effect. Look, the water. But there are a lot of good choices here. We got Apothecary, we got Bard, we got Sage, we got Wildlander. And yes, that's I guess so. Well, But see, alchemist, but it might be a specialist class, but really artificer is more the deal, though, Lone Wolf. Like, I guess you're right, but I think of artificer as being the one, because, you know, potion making and like a bunch of other stuff that artificers can do. Yeah, the water effects. Yeah, note the realistic water. Haha. Yeah, exactly. And sages, I mean, like, all of these bards are cool, sages are cool. I could see any of these. The only one that I think is a little shaky to me is knight, but I could see like the knight errant thing. I could see that as a possibility, but that's the only one that I'm a little bit like, I don't know how well that works with Harriet, but I mean, you know, that's fine. I can see, I like Wildlander, I like Sage, I think Bard is cool, Apothecary, these are all cool. They're all fine. Thanks, Rock God. I do very much like playing Rangers. I do very much like playing Rangers. There may be a reason that my Twitch nickname, which comes, of course, from my character from the third sign, is Arvin, which sounds suspiciously like a certain Dunedain ranger whose name is Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, because that might be my favorite character, maybe. I mean, just a smidge, just a touch. What's up, Neo Nosferatu? Alrighty. Again, I want to thank Effect Life for doing this, setting up these polls, because this has been really a salvation for us. Dragon Spear also, of course, had a bot that he was going to use to back up, and we could still use if we need to, if we want to go down that route. But in the meantime, Effect Life, this is like the 6th revision, and doesn't want to take money for it, just wanted to do it because he saw us using it, and made adjustments so that now, like, we can change the spelling of something when the poll's created already and stuff. Like, just did a really good job, so I want to thank Effect Life. Yeah, it does, but the thing about it, Keister, is that you can't see. What I love about this is you can see on stream this thing, and you can hover over it and quickly see. Sorry. This pops up on my screen who voted for what. Like, you can't see that, but when I click on it, I can see who voted for what. So, like, the Twitch poll system doesn't really have that same function, and also it doesn't have the graphical component, so that's why. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, their system is good. Plus, he's also got like also you can add options, which was really useful in the Sorcery series, where sometimes you had like, you know, 7 options, which Arvbot would not have been able to manage. So yeah, hopefully we'll get Arvbot fixed at some point by Netawin. But in the meantime, I'm really, really happy that we were able to get Arvbot Plus up and running. So thank you again to Effect Life. All right, I'm going to last call this. All right, going once. Going twice. And the winner is... All right. Wildlander it is. Okay. So, we are a Wildlander. Harriet, the Hyrix Catfolk Wildlander. Class. Wildlander. Okay, now, it says to describe yourself. You're much more than your race and class. You're an individual with your own personality, interest, and story to tell. Here, you define the details that differentiate you from other heroes, including your name, physical description, personality, and the history that got you where you are today. Physical description. Let's see. All right. Physical description. All right, chat. Let's move this out of the way. Physical description, chat. What does Harriet look like? Is Harriet tall, short? Also, how old is Harriet? Now remember, catfolk don't live as long as humans do. So is Harriet like, 16, 17? Is Harriet a little older by catfolk standards to leave? So Harriet's more like 28, 29? So what do y'all think? Echo says extremely old, extremely tall. So for a catfolk, extremely old would probably be like 50 would be, like 60 would be extremely old, because most catfolk would be done by 65, probably, right? 16, old and short. All right, so I have old and tall, old and short. Short-haired, black and red, mackerel, tortoiseshell, she-cat with copper eyes. Ooh, nice, Geester. Young and reckless. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and I'm going to condense them. Let's see. 28. Young and reckless. All right, so I have old, tall. I have another young and reckless. Okay, that's shading me more towards young then. Young and tall. All right. That's pretty cool, Geester, actually. All right, so we're going to say, I'll take the old and from Echo and Mrs. Dunsel, but we have a couple of short, we have a couple of youngs. We have a few more youngs than olds. So I'm going to put it somewhere in, not the middle, but we're going to say, Lone Wolf's 28 is maybe a little much. Let's say 26, all right? So we're going to say 26, which is a little older for catfolk, but is not like crazy old. It's reasonable. So we're going to say 28. 26, I mean, not 28. Sorry. Also, gender. Is Harriet a female? I'm guessing Harriet is female, but female, yes or no? Or it could be non-binary, yeah. Female, 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 male, and one they, them. So one non-binary. I'm not going to take too long with this. Non-binary is good too. Female. It's a total non sequitur. Female. All right. What the? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God, that's funny. That's really, really funny. You should all click on that. Yes, that's funny. That's funny. You should you go click on that Twitter link and go look at it. It's like 30 seconds. That's really funny. It's Echo. It's complete. It's nothing horrifying at all in the least. It's just funny. Oh man. Okay. All right. So that's really funny. it's the confidence with which it's like, yay! It's the confidence that makes it. Oh God, it's too funny. All right, let's see what we've got. We have got a female, 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 3 females. We've got 2 males, or we could do non-binary. Stencil says either. With second option is female. It sounds like it's a little more female, so we'll say female. All right. Okay, so physical description. Let's go back to what we were looking at up here. Ragged and manic, 20-something, short and young looking. Young and reckless. Okay, young and tall. All right, so let's see. Young looking. tall, reckless. Although that's not really a physical description, so let me get rid of that. Young looking, tall. What was that hair thing that Geister you came up with? Let me pop that up there. How does everyone feel about Geister's description that he got at the random cat generator thing? Short-haired, black and red, mackerel tortoiseshell with copper eyes. How's that sound for everybody? But raggedy? Triffid? Okay. A femme fatale. Freckless, yeah. Okay. Ragged. All right. So we're going to do that. So we will say, okay, short-haired. Short-haired, let's see, black and red. I know what tortoiseshell is, but what is mackerel tortoiseshell? I don't know what that would be. Copper eyes. Is that what it is? Silvery? Oh, and manic? Well, we'll get to that when we get to personality and ideals. Okay, personality ideas. All right, now, how you act, mannerisms, beliefs, things you strive for. Personality and ideals, how do you interact with others? Let's see. These things will play into our skills also. So, okay, silvery, okay. So, reckless. Almost manic at times. All right. What about other personality traits? Remember, this is a Wildlander, so what else do we know about personality traits? Is this someone who is like reckless and talkative? Reckless and very terse? Doesn't say much to people. Introverted, extroverted, that sort of thing. Like what kind of traits does Harriet the Wildlander have? My set is missing old wax candles. Yes, you'll have to rely on the purple behind me for the look, I guess, Rogan. Great. Reckless extrovert followed by reckless introvert. Okay. Manic, rapidly talkative, mostly to themselves. Okay. All right. All right. Rapidly talkative. Mostly to herself. Okay, makes sense. All right, what does she value? What does she value, chat? What are the most important, like, core principles? What does she most care about? And don't say catnip, because that would be wrong, and that would be basing it on cat stereotypes. Get cheesecake. See? See? Fish. Trust, a good hunt. A good hunt. Second obs, I like that. And trust and self-reliance makes sense to me. She had to stand for herself. Any cake is valuable, that's true. I like self-reliance. But let me go back to the good hunt. What is a good hunt? What is the principle behind a good hunt? Like, are we talking about good meaning an honorable hunt? Let's see. Dedicated to others. Values knocking things off of tables. A merry chase. A challenge. Okay, self-reliance is critical. She loves... Okay, she hunts boxes. She loves a challenge. I'm going to add into this. She loves a challenge when the challenge is fair. So when people are facing odds that are against them, she's not a fan of that, right? She wants to help people fairly deal with challenges, not people who have the odds stacked against them. That she does not want. The challenge as long... She's like the equalizer of the cat world. Let's see. Merry Chase Challenge. Okay, yep. Merry Chase is stimulating and fun. All right. Evening wants to even the odds. There you go, chat. Good. Nice. All right. Dig it. Okay. And the ideals. Okay. So we'll figure out about how skills work in just a minute. But okay. So that'll give us some things to think about that matter. And then we have to do background. The chat identity, if you click on it, Rogan, it'll show you any badges that you possess in a channel you can choose between. So for instance, Triffid is a mod, but also a sub. So Triffid could click on it and could be like a Twitch Prime sub icon, and then also could click that and that sort of thing. She has skills. She's on the side of the Undercats. Yes, yes. I think that's basically what it is, Rogan. You have nothing. Well, you're not subbed to the channel and you're not a mod. See, if you would just sub to this channel, no, I'm just kidding, but that's what it means. Okay, background. Every story has a beginning. Let's see. All right. Let's see, chat. Harriet was the undisputed master of the hunt in her village until she went too far and stood up to the village headmaster's son, who was demanding the right of the kill from a poor Hirinx outcast. Since her exile, an anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to X Rogan. Thank you, anonymous user. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And Rogan, welcome back to the subscription. Now you've got an identity. Thank you, anonymous user. Okay, since her exile, her passion to even the odds and succeed at the hunt has only Increased. Okay. Harriet was the undisputed master of the hunt in her village until she went too far and stood up to the village headmaster's son who was demanding the right of the kill from a poor hearings outcast. Since her exile, her passion to even the odds and succeed at the hunt has only increased. That is her background. She hunts in equity. Yeah, there you go. Hunts in equity. So there we go, chat. That's the background. I love it. All right. Last thing we have to do, chat, is we have to choose our skills. We have to choose our skills. Now, remember, the skills, one of the things I like about this is they have you do this stuff first because this is going to help define what skills we actually choose from, okay? So everybody get ready to figure out skills. So, skills represent your inherent talents in the training you've received. Each skill corresponds to some set of tasks, and having a particular skill means you excel with those tasks. However, it is important to note that not having a skill doesn't mean you're incompetent at the task. It simply means you don't exceed the average person's level of talent. Your skills provide you with additional options when making decisions or improve your chances of success while attempting to perform a task related to your skills. Select a total of 5 to 8 skills from the list on the next 2 pages. At least 2 of your chosen skills must appear in your race skill list, and at least 2 of your chosen skills must appear in your class skill list. So I'll go back to that, but remember that there was a list of skills that each race and class have. So 2 of them each have to appear there. Any additional skills may be selected freely, but your personality and ideals might suggest which skills you do or do not have. Now this is cool. The number of skills you select affects your stamina as described below. Because apart from skills, you have a maximum amount of stamina that represents how much you can push yourself before you collapse from exhaustion. A high stamina means you can endure more physical strain from exerting yourself or suffering damage in combat. Low stamina means you're more fragile and more likely to become overburdened by the stress of your adventures. There is a cost to having a high stamina or a benefit to a low one. Your maximum stamina, if you choose only 5 skills, is 14. But your stamina is decreased by 2 for each skills you have chosen beyond 5, to a minimum of 8 stamina with 8 skills. So in other words, we can be beefy but have only 5 skills, or the more that we add on, so every skill that we add on, our maximum stamina reduces by 2. So there's an interesting trade-off one way. I guess that's the theory, Rogan. This is pre-Peloton era, you know, so it's like that. Your maximum stamina, however, is increased if playing with 2 or fewer heroes. If you are playing alone, you increase your maximum stamina by 4. So for us, it's going to be a little bit different because we are going to have a grand total of 18 stamina to begin with, and every additional skill we have will reduce that stamina. So we need to take 5 skills, 2 of them have to be in the class, 2 of them have to be in the race, and then we can add on skills after that. So that's kind of the setup. So we begin with 18 stamina. That's our baseline, and now we have to see what we're going to get in terms of skills. So let's start with the class one. Catfolk have agility, awareness, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. So let's list those out. So let's see. So agility is physical reflexes, coordination, and dexterity. Being agile allows you to react quickly, dodge, and block incoming attacks during combat. That's agility. Awareness is being your ability to observe your surroundings. Being aware means you're more likely to notice change in your surroundings if someone or something is sneaking up on you. So that's very much like perception. Stamina is like health, second obs, basically. So we've got that. Survival. Survival represents your knowledge of the natural world, your ability to overcome the dangers of living or traveling in the wild, whether you're foraging for wild berries or predicting the weather. That's survival. Athletics is, as you might expect, physical strength, prowess, and fitness. Being athletic means you're a strong runner, climber, swimmer, and you have raw physical strength. Then you've got stealth, as I just saw someone talking about stealth. Stealth means that you are able to move about undetected, silently, and unseen. Your talent for being stealthy may grant you an advantage in noticing others who wish to go undetected. So if you're stealthy, you can also have a better chance of seeing others who are stealthy. And then the last one is brawling, which is your prowess in a fist fight while wrestling in an all-out brawl. In a brawl, there are no rules, and anything from your fists to the broken leg of a chair is weapon enough. So we need to take 2 of those skills at least from that group: agility, awareness, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. Now, the other thing I'm going to mention here, which is really important, is that you also have to have 2 of the chosen skills have to appear in the class skill list. So, because stealth and awareness and athletics are all skills that are part of the Wildlander skill amount, and so as a result of that, that means that we can combine those things together. Hey, sweetheart. Okay, you're going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay, I love you, baby. We're playing a catfolk Wildlander who is a brawler, and, well, not a brawler, but, you know, that sort of thing. Little Arv has arrived.
This is an interesting setup.
Mm-hmm. This is because you can see I've got the setup down here for what it looks like. So we're actually making the character together.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. So we're making a catfolk whose name is Harriet. You know.
That's almost as good as Baggins, but
but not quite. And that's your math stuff too,
yeah. I should have taken that. So why do we got the kids?
Because I forgot to bring it down.
Oh, okay. All right.
Love you, sweetie. Night, baby.
Hey, chat.
All right, little Arv. They all say goodnight. All right. So, there we go. I know. Yeah, she is very, she's basically as tall as Mrs. Arv now. Like, maybe at like a 1/4 inch shorter, but pretty close. So, okay. So, the thing I wanted to say was Wildlander also has awareness, stealth, and athletics are on the list. So if we choose something like stealth, for instance, or if we choose awareness, for instance, or if we choose athletics, that means we've got it covered, and that'll give us more flexibility if we're going to use one of those either way. So, yeah, it really does. It's true, Easter. So, that's the deal with that. So, right. So, I'm going to write down the cat ones, and we will choose. We shall choose. All right, so I want you folks to vote for the one that you want the most. Clear. All right, so we've got agility. We've got awareness. We've got survival. And think about our background, chat, and our, like, the things we value and stuff like that. Athletics. That's not how you spell athletics. Stealth. All right, what's the first skill? Vote for the one that you want the most. It's true, Lone Wolf, yeah. I mean, she's 13. She's a yellow belt in Taekwondo now. Like, you know, she's going to be going into 8th grade. She's literally a year and a couple months away from high school. I can't even, I'm just like, what? But then my son, you know, Mini Arv is going to be in kindergarten in the fall. You believe that? He's going to be in kindergarten. It's crazy, isn't it, Dragon? My oldest is looking at their first internship. It's just wild, Geester. It really is. But, you know, the thing is, though, I mean, I have to say, it's like, you know, people talk about, like, missing, like, of course, you know, I see pictures and, you know, from the, you know, the old days. And, of course, do I miss, in quotes, my little girl? Although she will always be my little girl, no matter how old she gets. But, you know, do I miss that? Yes, except that, as I said to her earlier today, I wouldn't get to know the incredible young woman she's growing into being if she didn't get older. So, like, I would miss not knowing what she's going to become. So it really is a matter of staying present and trying to enjoy them in every age, because, you know, she was amazing as, you know, a little kid, and amazing as she grew older into middle schooler, and as she's heading into young adulthood and becoming, you know, like heading towards junior high and then high school. I'm like, she's an amazing kid, and like every step of the way, you know, I love seeing what she turns into as well. So I'm very excited for the future to see what she becomes. I'm excited to see, you know, what path she's going to choose. You know, what kinds of relationships she's going to want or not want. You know, what is she going to do? I'm fascinated to see that. So, oh yeah, Geester, yeah, I can imagine. You're getting ready to buy your first house? Congratulations, Sticker. Congratulations, that's awesome. That's a big thing. I mean, I was just thinking about that. Like, I mean, yes, you can rent a place and you can change things around like this, but just having the option to do things here, like some things that we're changing around. Like I told everybody that I'm going to be getting we're getting a ductless AC system, which is for here, basically so that I don't roast in, you know, June, July, August, and early September, especially when I'm streaming. And so I don't freeze in November, December, January, February. And so we're going to get both of them. That's something I'm able to do because I own the place. And so I feel very lucky that I have that option. So that's great. Congratulations. I mean, it's a big responsibility, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to last call this. It looks like Chad is heading for awareness, which seems reasonable. I'm actually really having a lot of fun with this, just figuring out the class so far, like, or figuring out who the character is. It's actually a lot of fun. I don't know whether they normally intend it for it to be played by a bunch of people at once, but whatever, that's the way I'm doing it, and that's how I roll. Be a smaller townhouse close to where you work. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, so. No, Dragon. Very funny. No. We are gonna get into the adventure pretty soon. But this is, I mean, I have to say though, we put this together pretty quick. Like, we're creating an entire character out of scratch, having never played the rules before. And we're just doing it, like, I didn't even open the shrink wrap until just now. And so, like, I am very pleased. Okay, here we go. Awareness. All right. So skill number 1 is awareness. All right, that's 1 skill down. Okay, next skill, again, has to be a second skill from that list. So I'm going to clear this one. All right. All right. All right, so there's no vote for number 1. Don't worry about 1. So you've got either awareness. Oh, wait, shoot. Sorry. Never mind. Abort. Sorry, my fault. That isn't what I meant to do. Sorry. I meant to put that as agility. My bad. Agility. That's what I meant. Sorry about that. All right. Let's try that again. Okay. So agility. Agility, survival, athletics, stealth, or brawling. So we need 1 skill from that group. And in case you're curious, the Wildlander skills also involve, of the ones that are left, the Wildlander skills are also stealth, survival, and athletics. So stealth, survival, and athletics are common to both Wildlander and also common to Catfolk. Thank you so much, Nordwolf. Thank you for the resub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Tier 2, 29 months. Thank you so much, Nordwolf. Nordwolf, how's the internet working for you? I hope the internet is working okay. I hope that it is functioning. okay for you. But thanks, Nordwolf. Appreciate it. Good so far? Awesome. All right, so yes, so agility, survival, athletics, stealth, or brawling. What do we got for that second skill? All right. All right, I'm going to last call this. Looks like we got a tie between agility and stealth. Thank you, Nordwolf. This is Greenforge Studio, the amazing Greenforge Studio, which I am very lucky to be working with. Greenforge is a sponsor of ours, and I commissioned, or I shouldn't say commissioned, but I have licensed this music. Yeah, so hopefully we'll have a chance to work with them more in the future. But they have 3 albums that we have used: Forest Music, Tavern Music, and Combat Music, and hopefully more to come. So if you like it, I think if you type in !Greenforge, just all one word, that will pop up, I think, a link. And yeah, I encourage you to check out Gabe's stuff. There's very, very good stuff. I think it's great. Yeah, but not with a little tilde, though. Yeah, there you go. And it's not quite the same. There is custom magic. There is custom music. But I worked with him, especially on the combat music, to make some adjustments and things, and I went back and forth with him a little bit. The person who did the music completely from scratch for me, though, is Chrono Wolf. And I have a lot of music for my videos, intro videos that he does. But the Talisman video that we use on GOG, that was actually music originally from Greenforge. And other combat music is stuff with them. So, yeah. Okay. Going once, going twice. All right, agility. So, awareness and agility. Okay. Okay, 3 more skills before we have to start talking about dropping stamina down a little bit. So for the other skills, looking at Wildlander, we've got our 2 skills now actually for both, because agility and awareness and agility are on both of them. So in addition to the ones that are left on the list, I'm going to pull agility off the list. There is also archery, endurance, and then we've still got athletics there. So archery and endurance. So archery represents your training with a bow or crossbow. As an archery, you likely prefer to stay as far away from combat as possible so you can fire on your enemies from range. So there's that. And endurance is your ability to resist physical stress over the course of a long period of time. Having endurance means you're more able to push yourself physically or resist physical damage. So I'm going to add those to the list, because even though we've fulfilled our requirements, those are ones that typically work well for this. So I'm going to say endurance. All right. Okay. So Not necessarily Triffid, because I don't think it's just health. I think it's also a matter of, you know, being able to, like, sustain physical obstacles, is my guess. Like, I bet, like, if you have, like, you know, you're going through the winter pass, like, maybe you don't lose health at all if you have high endurance or something like that. You know what I mean? That would be my guess. Okay. So, archery, endurance, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. Those are the ones that are left. So we should probably pick one of these skills, and that will then include all the Wildlander skills. Then I can start, after we get done with this vote, I'll add all the other skills, and then you can decide which ones you folks want. Because we do have a lot of options here that, you know, we have available to us. We have 3 more skills that we can pick up before we have to start worrying about stamina drops. But because we have so much stamina, we have 18 stamina, we lose 2 stamina for every additional skill. So if we're really like, oh, I really want to get 6 skills, and we start with 16 stamina, that's not the worst thing in the world. But we get 3 more for free anyway. So yeah, so jump in with your vote here. We've got archery, endurance, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. And if anyone has questions about like a particular skill and wants me to reread a skill, I'm happy to do that. Also, again, this is where our personality and traits, you know, reckless, almost manic at times, rapidly talkative, mostly to herself. Self-reliance is critical. She loves a challenge as long as it's fair. Merry chase is stimulating and fun, wants to even the odds. She's young-looking, tall, short-haired, black and red mackerel, tortoiseshell, copper eyes. She was the master of the hunt in her village. She stood up to the village headmaster's son. She was exiled, and her passion is to even the odds and succeed at the hunt. So those are things that all may adjust the way that you conceive of this character. So yeah. I really like this idea of the personality and physical description and background. I like the idea that they have you do that first, and that then informs the skills that you take. Because de facto, that's what we usually do, even in a like D&D, right? Like essentially, that's what we do. But it's interesting that that's kind of put into a more organized form here in terms of how you do it. I mean, I guess you could be like, background, I'm a nomad, and then you could say whatever you want. But like, I like the idea that they encourage you to have your skills based upon the sort of narrative that you've constructed for yourself here, which I think is neat. Stealth and athletics. Stealth is... I have a feeling that we're going to see stealth somewhere in this list because stealth keeps showing up as one of the top getters. So even... Excuse me. Even if stealth doesn't win this round, I have a feeling it's going to get there. Right, and they do it in that order. Right. Yep, exactly, Murphy. Yep. All right. Last call this. Thank you, Nordwolf. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm excited about how this came out. It's this. The reason I was able to do it basically is I have a mic stand from my band stuff, and it's one of those ones that extends over. And I got a little, basically like an extendo, I don't know what you call it, like a clamp type of thing, that then holds my webcam. And I got a little adapter so the webcam can screw onto it. So the webcam is attached there. The other thing I had to do was I had to get a USB cable extender to get over to the computer. But if you do all of that, it means you have a setup where this is out of the camera range, so you can't see the mic here. But this goes down here so we can actually see what it looks like. And like, you know, for unboxing, if I do unboxing videos, if I do videos in the future with like certain D&D setups or whatever, like that's going to be what this setup allows me to do. And I think the background here looks pretty good still, with the camera kind of focused in this way. So looks like Sorcery's menu. Ah, yeah. I can see that a little bit. Yep. 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 Okay. All right. So I think I last called this. So we need a vote to break this tie, folks. We need a vote to, unless we want to vote. I mean, do you want to speed it up and go? Does chat want me to take athletics and stealth? Does chat want me to take athletics and stealth, and then I'll list the other stuff down there? Is that what chat wants me to do? Take the two? Yeah, because it looks like that's the way we're going. So all right, so let's do that. So we're gonna do stealth. I'm gonna close this. We're gonna go stealth and athletics because that's what everyone seemed to want. So we're gonna put stealth. I'm putting these in the order they were selected. Athletics. All right. Now we get one more for free, chat. We get one more skill for free. After that, it costs 2 stamina, like maximum stamina, to get an additional skill. So I'm going to read out these other skills and then I'm going to list them. So right now our skills are, we've got awareness, we've got agility, we've got stealth, and we've got athletics. Okay, those are our 4. So we need one more. Yeah, no, I'm cool with either one. I'm good either way. All right, so this is what we've got. Here are the other skills that are suggested. Or here's the other skills. So now we can just pick from whatever. These are all like free ones. It says under Wildlander, so you know, it says that for a Wildlander, let's see, archery is a possibility. Endurance is a possibility. Survival is a possibility. And for catfolk, it also suggests survival and brawling. So those are other ones, but again, we don't have to choose those. Yeah, we have 2 in each category. We have awareness and agility, and stealth actually is agility, awareness, stealth, and athletics. Those are all 4 in catfolk, and for Wildlander, awareness, agility, not agility, awareness, stealth, and athletics. So we have 3 from Wildlander and 4 for catfolk. So we got plenty in that regard. So here's what we got. Here are our skills, okay? Here are the options for skills. Alchemy represents your knowledge of the alchemical process, your ability to concoct and brew potions of all varieties. Alchemical brews include elixirs that cure diseases and explosive concoctions. All right, that's alchemy. Arcana is knowledge of magic. The ability to wield magic is an exceptionally rare gift, but even those without such talent can wield rune-bound shards. Your knowledge of the arcane has allowed you to gather a small collection of offensive shards, flame and blasting. So that's like magic stuff, okay? Archery and brawling we already talked about. Dueling represents your ability to handle yourself in a one-on-one confrontation. Whenever you get into a duel, you should be prepared, whether you fight with fist, rapier, or other weapons. So we've got that. Military represents your knowledge of and training in the disciplined fighting styles of war. I mean, that doesn't sound like at all like Harriet, but I mean, I guess. But I don't see where we would have gotten that knowledge, so. Agility we already have, athletics we already have, endurance we already have. We got a lot of physical skills actually, which make actually all 4 of our skills. No, that's not true. We got, is that right? Agility. We haven't gotten endurance yet. 3 out of the 4 physical skills we've already got. Agility, athletics, and stealth we already got. There's also endurance, which is about resisting physical damage, so there's that. Jellicle cats are a bit magical. That's funny. Okay, then we got mental skills. We already have awareness. History. History represents your knowledge of all things historic, from family heritages to heraldry to the history of Terranaut's baronies. So history. We have reasoning. Reasoning represents problem solving, critical thinking. You're more likely to think first before acting and make better decisions if you have reasoning. That is not fit with reckless and almost manic, I just want to say. But okay, survival, we'd already talked about that, represents your knowledge of the natural world, so survival. Willpower represents your mental and spiritual fortitude, the conviction you hold in your heart to carry through with your goals, despite the challenges life or your enemies throw at you. That sounds promising for the background of Harriet. Then we have deception, lying convincingly, maintaining a lie. Your deceit can be used in many ways, from pretending to be someone you're not, to performing a convincing feint in combat. Empathy represents your ability to understand how others feel or to know what they're thinking. You'll be able to more easily communicate with others or possibly detect their lies if you're empathetic. Persuasion, I think that should be pretty clear, being able to persuade someone to your way of thinking. Streetwise represents general knowledge of social etiquette and your ability to gather information from the locals. Tracking a villain through the streets is easy if you know who to ask and who to bribe. Not sure that fits Harriet, but you know, persuasion, yes. And then the last skills are utility skills. Craftsmanship, that's your ability to build, repair, or dismantle wares. Devotion represents your knowledge of spiritual beliefs and folklore. Performance represents your ability to entertain or inspire with grand tales or epic ballads. Runes represents your knowledge of rune-bound shards and the ability to bend the rules by which they function, possibly allowing you to wield shards in ways not defined by their runes. And thievery, which represents your aptitude for any number of talents relating to theft, including lockpicking, pickpocketing, sleight of hand, and even fancy blade work with dagger and throwing knife. Okay, now we get one more of these for free, chat. Okay, so we get one more of these skills for free. After that, it's going to cost us. So with that said, I'm going to add into these options. So we just got stealth and athletics, right? So all right, archery, survival. All right, so let's throw some of these other ones on there. We have alchemy. We have arcana. We have got, I already put archery up there, brawling. We've got dueling, military. We've got military. We have got, let's see, agility, athletics. We already have those two. And stealth, so we just have endurance, which we put up there, so that's fine. We have, let's see, awareness we already got. We have history. We have got reasoning. We have got survival. Did I put survival? Yeah, we have survival up there. Willpower. We have got deception. We have got empathy. We have got persuasion. We have got... This is going to be our biggest poll ever. Easily. Streetwise, we've got craftsmanship. We have got devotion. Not decoction. That's different. Devotion. We've got performance. Runes. Or thievery. Okay. All right, chat. So we get one of these for free. And remember our background. So you get one of these for free. This next one's for free. After that, we have to talk about how many we want to take. Because there's only one of us. So that's why the stamina was increased. So we can drop our stamina. I think it's reasonable to put in 2 stamina to get 1 skill if we really want like an additional skill beyond this one that we're picking right now. But like 2 skills where we're losing 4 and we're down to 14 stamina, that's pushing it. And 3 skills I think is really hardcore. And you can only get a maximum of 8 skills. So if it were me, I would say 6, 7 at most. 8 I don't think we should do because I think it's going to be too low as far as stamina is concerned. But, you know, obviously having skills is good. You know, I mean, obviously. Flame Dart Claws. Maximum is 8, second obs. Maximum's 8. 8 skills. I think. Let me check. I think it's 8. 8. Yeah, 8 is the maximum. What's up, Prince Justin? 8's the max. I know, Rogan, but that's the thing. If there's a definitive thing that enough people want, we're gonna get. Remember, you'll have a chance to sort of dial it back at that point, because there's some skills that we're not gonna get. Like we're not gonna get military. That doesn't make any sense for her background. We're not likely to get dueling, or I mean, certainly not. Dueling seems unlikely. Arcana maybe, but I don't know. I don't see how reasoning, which is about thinking before you act, fits for someone who literally the first word in her personality is reckless. I don't see how that fits with... So, you know, like if you go through these things, a lot of stuff we're just going to knock out immediately. Performance, is she going to be performing? She's not a bard. Thievery, that doesn't really sound like what she's about. I guess it's possible. You know, so a bunch of these skills are going to get reduced before we even get to them, you know? Probably half these skills you can throw out as ones that just don't fit her background. So, I would say. So right now what we've got is... we have got survival, we got archery up there, we've got arcana, we have some votes for that. All right, I'm going to last call this. And I have to say, if we end up getting what it looks like we're heading for here, that's pretty legit as far as what fits Harriet's background. Like, and I'm gonna give us 5 seconds before I say more because I don't want to influence anything. So going once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Okay, sold. That's pretty legit. Awareness, agility, stealth, athletics, and survival. That all makes sense to me. Like, that totally fits what you would expect an exile who started in the mountains. Like, completely makes sense. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do the exact same list, but I'm going to add one to the mark, which is I'm going to take out survival, and I'm going to put in instead no skill. So what no skill means is if this gets the most votes, it means we're going with the 5 skills that we already have. So from now on, every time we take a skill, we start with 2 fewer stamina. So we're starting with 18 stamina to begin with, right? So right now, if we take one more skill, we'll start with 16, which is not terrible. The next one will be 14. The next one after that would be 12, and that's our maximum. So if you vote for no skill, it means you're voting to stop with just the 5 skills we have, which again are awareness, agility, stealth, athletics, and survival. And we only have one of us. So because we only have one of us, we do need to be able to get some skills. You know, like we do need to be able to cover skills. So I wouldn't be afraid of taking another skill and starting with 16 stamina. I just think when you start pushing beyond that, it's a little more dicey. So there we go. We have no combat skills so far. That's right. So I mean, we may need our combat skill because we are going to be in combat. So don't be afraid of taking a skill here, even if it means we start with 16 stamina. So we got archery, we got endurance, we have alchemy, we have got arcana, brawling, dueling, military, history, reasoning, willpower, deception, empathy, persuasion, streetwise, craftsmanship, devotion, performance, runes, thievery, or no skill. So that's what we got. And yeah, getting a combat skill is probably a good idea. Somewhere in that. I mean, like, you know. I don't know. Maybe this is just like, this is like the Dark Souls run, right? Where you play the guy that just shoots people from fire from like 20 miles away, you know? Or archery, like, because, hey, listen. Aragorn, right? Yeah, Dunsel, except for the hunt part, though. Remember, she was a hunter, right? So archery doesn't seem... I think archery makes sense, too. I mean, unless you think that she was like beating up bears. Like her method of hunting is like smashing a fox in the face. Like maybe if she's suplexing a wolf for her dinner, maybe that makes sense to me, but like wow. Claws and bite, she's a catfolk. She fights inequity. Well, yeah, but gotta break heads. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that, like, it's not crazy that she'd be an archer, you know. Biting the neck is fine. She used to... Raka, she used to hunt bears with a broken bottle. Oh, I'm coming out of the booth! Oh my god. That's funny. Yeah, I think it does second obs, but it not I don't think it's as much like... It's like improvised weapons, you know, and like fists and, you know, chair legs in a bar and stuff like that. Maybe we end up getting both. You know, maybe chat, you know, maybe you decide you get 2 more skills. She starts with 14 stamina, and, you know, that's all right. Maybe we do archery and brawling. I mean, we got 6 for one, 5 for other. If you guys want, if you folks want, we could just do archery, brawling, and just leave it at that. You know, and then she starts with -4. She starts with 14 stamina. I mean, based on what I'm looking at in chat, is that what you folks want? Archery, brawling, she starts with 14? I mean, that's pretty good combat coverage. That's like 7 skills. And like 14 stamina is 2 points below where she would start if she was playing with a group of heroes. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to last call this anyway. And then once we finish this, we get started. Yeah, because it sounds like, chat, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go with that. So we're going to close this. We're going to do archery and brawling. Optic, what's going on, man? All right, we're going to do that. I think that makes everyone feel good. Okay. And this is very consistent, I think. This, to me, totally fits her. Good work, chat. This totally fits. Awareness, agility, stealth, athletics, survival, archery, brawling. That completely fits. Completely fits. That's totally Harriet, for sure. Okay, so we start with 18, and 2 for each skill you choose beyond 5, right? Okay, so we have, as a maximum, 14. Dig it. All right, cool. Once you've finished the above steps, recorded the details in your character sheet, you're ready for adventure. Before you start, take a moment to get to know the other heroes. Okay, we did it. Good job, heroes. All right, character creation is done. Oh, no kidding, really? That's funny, Jacob's Pillow. Yeah, Catfolk was a popular choice for sure, although dwarves were up there too. Okay, now we prepare the story tracking sheet. That's this thing. On the story tracking sheet, located in back cover, record the following information. You begin the game with 100 gold. Haha. Okay. 100 gold. 100 gold. Where do we get 100 gold from? All right. 100 gold. 100. You're rich. All right. 100 gold. Okay. You begin the game with 2 fame. Fame! I want to live forever. Okay. Your fame increases as you become more well-known or your efforts are acknowledged by the nobility or the townsfolk. Oh, they'll know our name. Okay, leave all story points. These are story points here, unmarked. Story points are marked during adventures to track the decisions you've made. Okay, let's see. During your adventures, you'll be instructed to read specific entries in a quest book. When instructed to read an entry, you might wish to record the entry number in the tracking sheet for that quest. You may reread any entry you've previously read at any time. To complete setup and begin the first quest, find the 2 New Roads quest book. Right here. And read entry 1000. Okay, it also says rules sidebar. In the 2 New Roads quest books, you'll notice a number of rules sidebars. These rules sidebars are written to teach new players how to play Legacy of Dragonholt. You don't need to read the remainder of this rulebook to play. The rules sidebars in the first quest will teach you the rules as they become relevant. The remainder of this rulebook contains the rules glossary. If questions arise that are not answered by the rules sidebars in the 2 New Roads quest book, refer to the rules glossary to find the complete rules. Love it. I actually really like how they've done the setup with this. All right, chat, so here we go. You ready? We are Harriet. We are a Hyrix catfolk. We are a wildlander. We are 26 years old. We are female. We have awareness, agility, stealth. We have athletics, survival, archery, brawling. We have 14 maximum stamina. Harriet was the undisputed master of the hunt in her village until she went too far and stood up to the village headmaster's son, who was demanding the right of the kill from a poor Hyrix outcast. Since her exile, her passion to even the odds and succeed at the hunt has only increased. She is reckless, almost manic at times, rapidly talkative, mostly to herself. Self-reliance, this should be up like this. There we go. Self-reliance is critical. She loves a challenge as long as it's fair. Merry chase is stimulating and fun, wants to even the odds. She is young-looking, tall, short-haired, black and red, mackerel, tortoiseshell, copper eyes. Chat, are you ready for 2 New Roads? We ready? Are we hyped? Do I see hype in chat? Oh yeah, that corpse of a merchant, that's why. Hell yeah. All right, so we are ready. Ooh, and the tavern music is stopped. All right, so that means the time has come for some forest music. All right, so give me a second while I just move that over. Ugh. Okay. A real treat. I see what you did there, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. All right. All right, chat, here we go. Entry number 1000. Let's make it happen. Okay. Your attention, please. You will notice rules sidebars. This thing is not staying. Why are you not staying? What part of you is sliding over? Sorry, it's too far. Because this is kind of a heavy, even with a webcam, it's kind of a heavy setup for it, so that's why. Alright, here we go. We got this like this. Rule book we're going to put here because we won't need it unless we have to. We're going to put these items here like this. Actually, we're going to do that. It's a good thing I did because I was missing 2 item cards. Okay. Make sure we get this right. All right, here we go. Your attention, please. You will notice rules sidebars such as this one throughout the quest book. These sidebars are intended... Oh, hello. No. Hold on a second. That's why this was happening. I thought so. You don't go anywhere, you. That's why that was happening. It's happening because all of a sudden I banged into it and I'm like, why is this happening? And then I realized, because you are slipping. Don't you slip anywhere. You're clamped on there for good reason. You stay right where I put you, thank you. There we go. All right. Much better. Are you sinking? I don't think it's sinking, but this thing is giving me a little bit of grief. So give me a second. Needs more super glue. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, right, Bode? I do. This thing is... I don't know if you're... I don't want you to move at all. I want you to stay clamped on there and not move. I want you to stay... Yeah, very slowly. Yep. Because I do not want this thing moving any further. Alright. We'll see how this goes for a while. It's, I don't even know what I could do to, like, hold it up more than it is. It's the... Because it's the fact that it's... And it's not even, like, the webcam isn't even all that heavy, but, like... Alright, we'll see how we do. Alright. So, each sidebar is placed in an entry where you are first encountering a new rule. You can read more about any of the rules in these sidebars by reading the respective entries in the rules glossary in the rule book. When searching for a specific rule, you'll find it most easily in the rules glossary. Alright, Chad, here we go. You slump down... Oh my god, that's true. World of Goo flashbacks, yeah. You slump down on the wooden bench, stretching your legs. You've been traveling for nearly a week now towards a small village called Dragonholt. Your journey is at the request of Celise, a former adventuring companion and friend, who has since found her calling as a tutor to the children of Countess Regina Fairfax, Lady of Dragonholt. You take a moment to reread the letter, and it says, read the letter from Celise, alright? Well, here we go. Here's the letter from Celise. This is definitely moving. Damn it. How am I gonna... Like, I don't... That clamp is going to break through the bar before I push it any higher. Like, it can't... Cannot go any further. Whoops. Careful. Hang on a second, chat. Hold the camera with your teeth. That's what I should do. Okay. This is good for now. Yeah, come on, sticker glue. Let's get on the job here. Okay. So here's our letter. Alright. Alright. My friend, I pray this letter... Uh-oh, chat. I pray... She's prayed on this letter. Chat, our friend is a vampire. This all went wrong at this moment. She's a vampire. It says it right there. It says, I pray... Right there. It says, I pray this letter. Like, I don't... It doesn't... No, it does not smell like beautiful perfume. And now I can't trust anything. I mean, it's all pray. It's like pray. That's what, you know. Stab the letter with a stake. I pray this letter finds you in good health for, one, because I need you to, for once. It says Acne. I assume that's supposed to be once, because I need you to travel. Wait. I wonder if it's supposed to be misspellings, but literally in this first sentence, they misspell pray, they misspell once, and they misspell travel as Traevel. I don't... As you might have heard, I have taken a position as a tutor in the household of Lady Regina Fairfax, Countess of Dragonholt, just outside the village. I elected to take this position because I hoped for some peace and quiet after that business in Narrock Hall. Had I known what my future held, it's a code, it could be, what my future held, I would have done something else entirely. Lady Regina's 3 children are more than lively enough. You know what? You might be right, Dunsel, because it also misspells lively. More than lively enough to deny me anything resembling peace and quiet. Even now that they are mainly grown, I remain very busy. But I did not write you to complain about my lot in life. As you know, I never complain, even when the so-called dwarven wine is very obviously... That's misspelled too. Okay, inferior human vintage, again. Or when my very favorite cloak, the blue one, is stained by some drunken lush spilling his wine. This is intentional. Elves really stay out of human taverns. I write to you because I fear something sinister is at work here in Dragonholt. Yeah, this is obviously something. And I require your assistance. I dare not say more openly, as I think it likely this message will be intercepted. I can trust no one here to help me with this matter. After that business in Narrock Hall, I have only you and a small handful of other allies left. Please help me. There is more at stake than you will know, Celise. All right. So it says, you're uncertain why Celise has summoned you to Dragonholt. Her letter is strange, speaking only of a vague threat that requires your assistance. And although you are sure the letter was written in her hand, the message contains several details that you find uncharacteristic of the elf you adventured with in the past. You had never known Celise to drink dwarven wine, and you would swear she always wore a green cloak. It is not unthinkable that her preferences have changed over the years, but something about the way the message is written makes you feel there's more to the letter than is obvious. You've always known Celise to be excessively proper in her speaking. She must have been in a panic while writing to have produced so many spelling errors. Even more alarming is the brief note on the back of the letter which says, please refer to my first letter. You had not received any word from Celise before this one. Could she have sent another letter that was intercepted as she had feared? Okay, before we go any further, I want to take a look at this code, because something is weird about this. So, alright. So I pray... See, I wonder... ECN... I wonder if it's supposed to be so, like, A is wrong, finds you in good health. Once is wrong, like both those letters are wrong. N, C, V, E. I have taken, that should be K, E. Just outside, that should be... That should be I, D. I don't know if it's a mimic. Yeah, I could also do that, I guess. Alright, so that's pray, Acne, travel, taken, outs, D, hope for some peace and quiet after that business in the middle. Had I known what my future held, I done something else entirely. Lady Regina's 3 children more than lively. That did not mean anything resembling peace or quiet, even though they're mainly grown. I remain very busy. But I not write you to complain about my lot in life. As you know, I never complain, even when the so-called dwarven wine is very obviously an inferior human vintage, again. Or my very favorite cloak, the blue one. Blue. Stained by some drunken lush. Elves. Do you have human taverns? Right to fiercely requires because I fare. Assistance. Whoops. More. This message will be intercepted. You help me with this matter after the business in Nericall. You and a small handful of other allies left. And UO. Alright. So here are the words that are misspelled, chat. Alright, there are the words that are misspelled. Pray, Acne, travel, taken, outs, die, I, lively, obviously, blue, lush, elves, fair, assistance, more, intercepted, left, UO. Alright, sounds good, Norvolf. Spelled properly in Dragonholt. We may not have that information yet. But, like, I don't know. I don't know if I replaced... That's what I was starting to do up here. I was starting to replace each, like, incorrect letter with the right one. So, A, N, C, V, E, K, E, I, D, I, and like, the same way across. What's the first letter of each paragraph? I, A, H, B, I, P. Habib. I don't think that's it. That's a good guess, but I don't think that's it. Maybe it may not be a code. It may just be that it's supposed to give us a clue that something is up, which I think is already clear that something is up. I think that was already evident, but maybe this really makes it obvious. We're not looking for anything. It's just, this is like, it doesn't tell us to do anything yet, but like, this is the letter that we get that like sent us there in the first place, and it seems like something's not right, because this does not sound... At first I thought it was like QA problems in the game, but it's clearly not. It's a thing where literally like, they mean her to be misspelled. So, we'll think about it. Maybe that's the kind of thing we'll come back to. Anyway. Okay. Regardless of the vagueness of her request, you owe Celise at least this much after that business in Nericall. As the tutor in the employ of a countess, she may be in a position to reward you handsomely for any assistance you can render. Excuse me, is this road the fastest way to Dragonholt? You look up from the letter to see Miriam, a gnome merchant you've been talking with, talking to another traveler and pointing down a path toward a forbidding-looking forest. Aye, if you're going to Dragonholt, you have to go through Eventide Forest. Ain't no way around it, about a day's travel straight through. Miriam thanks the traveler, and he continues on his way in the direction opposite the forest. You fold the letter and stow it away before standing. It won't do to rest for too long. You sling your baggage over your shoulder and prepare to resume your travels. Miriam turns to face you. Well, what are we waiting for? If that's the road to Dragonholt, let's be off. Miriam has been traveling with you for some 3 days now. Like you, she is traveling to Dragonholt, and as she put it when you met, the more the merrier. We should... Let's see, who is this guy? We should proceed with caution, calls Braxton from behind you. The orc woman hefts Miriam's bag off the ground where the gnome had left it and drops it into Miriam's open arms. Rumor has it there are bandits who make camp in those woods. We should watch our backs as we pass through. Also, we should stop this camera for sliding down. God damn it. Okay, there is no way to do this any differently than I'm doing it. Please, please stop going down. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Since meeting Miriam and the Orc Knight Errant, you have found Braxton to be the more cautious of the pair by a wide margin. As far as you can tell, Miriam has hired Braxton for protection, but at times the Orc seems to dote on the gnome more than a bodyguard would. You nod in agreement at Braxton's comment. With a last fleeting glance at the crossroads signpost, you follow after the energetic gnome who has already started off toward Eventide Forest. So, making decisions. The sidebar says, during your adventure, you will decide how you react to situations and how you act in general. Options seen above are easy to identify by their white text on a dark red background, like that. When you reach a decision point, a set of 2 or more options, you'll read each of the available options and choose the one you prefer. You will then resolve the effects found below that option. Each effect is preceded by an arrow. Okay, that's pretty simple. So, we have 3 choices here. Let's make some headway before we lose the light. What else have you heard about these bandits? Or stick close, Miriam, it's dangerous to get separated. All right, chat, so that I don't have to go run over and go deal with the poll again. Tell me which one. Do you want to say, let's make some headway before we lose the light? Do you want to say, what else have you heard about these bandits? Or do you want to say, stick close, Miriam, it's dangerous to get separated? What should we say? You can just tell me in chat. Three, 2, 3. So 1, 1, 1. 3 1s. 3 1s, 2 3s, 1 2. Let's see. 3 1s. Actually, I take that back. 3 1s, 3 3s. 3 1s and 3 3s. Marion votes to split the party. 3 1s and 3 3s. And 1 2. 3 1s and 3 3s. Daredevil Sensei. 3 1s, 3 3s. What do we think, chat? Three 1s, 3 3s. I need someone to break this tie. 3 1s and 3 3s. Oh, his name is Stick. Oh, okay. So 3 1s, 4 3s. Thank you, Dunsel. I forgot about that. I like Daredevil too. I forgot about that. 3 1s, 4 3s. 3 1s, 5 3s. Okay. 3 1s, 6 3s. Everyone wants to not split the party. Okay. Looks like we're going to stick close. All right. 4577. The young gnome glances over her shoulder at you with a raised eyebrow. You're starting to sound like Braxton. She twirls to face you and walks backward down the road in front of you. Despite my size, I'm quite capable of protecting myself, you know. Braxton chuckles warmly to herself. I believe our new friend's worried for you not because of your size, but because of your nature. Even though you can protect yourself, try not to worry us too much. Okay, it says mark story point E3. Story points are an abstract recordings of the decisions you make throughout your adventures. They allow future entries or future quests to play out differently depending on the decisions you've made. Story points are recorded on the story tracking sheet. Some effects, like the one above, instruct you to mark 1 or more story points. To mark a story point, locate it by referencing its letter and number, then mark the box with a check mark or X. Some effects in future entries will be resolved differently if specific story points have been marked. Okay, so it says mark story point E3. Basically, that was the Miriam will remember that, I think is what that was, right? Miriam will remember that, basically. Okay, so now we have 2 choices. We should hurry along before it gets dark, or do the rumors about bandits have any merit? What do you want to say, chat? You can tell me this in chat. We should hurry along before it gets dark, or do the rumors about bandits have any merit? We have 2 1s, 1 2. So we have, let's see. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's get recklessly, hurry. Ask about bandits. We've got merit. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3 2s, 4 2s. Dunsel, sorry. For some reason, you're usually like usually you have very clever things that I immediately pick up. It's still just as clever, but for whatever reason, I'm not picking up what you're laying down. What is data mine? Sorry. My bad for not getting it. Data mine. Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay. Forearmed is forearmed, but Hyriot is forepawed. Okay, it looks like we're leaning towards asking about the bandits. So going once, going twice. All right. Bandits. What's up, Craigery? All right, bandits it is. Braxton strides beside you, keeping an ever-watchful eye on her eager companion. Not much. I've just heard from some travelers that a number of caravans have been ambushed while passing through. Valuable goods were taken, but the merchants and traders have been mostly unharmed. Okay, it says mark story point R6. Okay. R6. And read entry 1340. As you speak with your traveling companion, small trees begin to dot the terrain around you. Tall grass gives way to brush, and you soon find yourself at the edge of the forest. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this a lot so far, Stickerglue. The passage of time. Throughout your adventures, you will track the passage of time on the tracking sheet for the current quest. Each unit of time represents an abstract amount of time that could be anything from a few minutes to multiple hours, depending on the current quest. When time passes, mark one box of time with a check mark or an X. Some effects in future entries will reference how much time has passed, or if a specific amount of time has passed. Alright, so time passes. So we mark one box of time. The tracking sheet for the current quest. What? What tracking sheet for the current quest? Oh! Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that that thing existed. Okay. Hold on a second, chat. I gotta make another photocopy. I didn't know that one was there. I was like, what are they talking about? Alright, just a moment. Yeah, there's a time clock. Yeah. This thing, I don't know how to get this thing to not... I guess I could clamp onto a tripod. That might be what I might do. It doesn't go as far over, but maybe I can do it... I might be able to do the tripod here and move it over. Maybe I'll do that instead of the mic stand. This thing is not holding. And it's not that heavy. I mean, the webcam is really not that heavy. Okay. Uh-oh. I don't remember what was it? Okay, there we go. 1340. Right. 1340. Right, passage of time. Okay. So, passage of time. Here we go. And we have to actually... I didn't know that we did this. We have to mark down the entries red. So that's... Okay. So, 1000. Then we went to... 4577. $45.77. Then we went to $32.98. Hut hike. I like how these numbers are completely difficult to game. Like they have no, no particular connection to that. And $13.40. It's going extremely slowly, Sticker, because I have the freaking, the clamp is jacked up so much that but it's okay for now. I'll have to figure out something else, but really the thing that's annoying is really all I need is for this thing to have a little attachment and then it wouldn't be clamped, but I have some ideas how to fix it, so it's okay. For the most part, I'm very happy with this setup. I actually think this looks really good for the most part, so I'm really generally happy with it. So, all right, so there we go. So that was 1340. Time passes. Okay. As you walk, you take the chance to become better acquainted with your fellow travelers. We can ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt, and we can ask Braxton what she plans to do in Dragonholt. So, do we ask Miriam what she's going to do, or Braxton what she's going to do? Thank you, Commander Dunson. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. So, what do you guys think? What do you folks think? Miriam? Do we talk to Miriam first, or do we talk to Braxton? Do we talk to Tony Braxton? There's an orc in this house. Well, they're both ladies. That doesn't help. They're both ladies. Braxton or Miriam? The orc is sus, questioner. Okay, Braxton. Okay, the orc. That's Braxton. So Braxton the orc. What do you folks think? Tell me in chat. Braxton the orc? We go with Braxton first. I don't know whether we'll get a chance to do both. We might. Always talk to Tony Braxton. Braxton. Okay, so we're going with Braxton. All right, so we mark story point N3. Okay. And we read entry 4945. Okay. You are immediately destroyed. No, I'm just kidding. Braxton smiles gently, nodding her head in Miriam's direction. I'll continue to protect our friend Miriam for as long as she requires my services. As you may have noticed, looking after her doesn't leave me much time for anything else. I resemble that remark, calls Miriam. After that, I'm not certain. I'm not certain what to do with myself before meeting Miriam either. I suppose I'll travel to a larger city and try to find employment. Okay, now, this is interesting. The sidebar here is required skills. Some options, like those seen above, require you to have one or more skills, items, or some other condition to be true. You cannot choose an option if the requirements are not met. So, what we have here is, the options that are like that is deception or performance. We don't have either of those, so we can't tell Braxton about her past adventures. Empathy or history, so we can't ask her which lord she served. History or military, so we can't ask her about her military training. But show Braxton how to foil sleight of hand. We don't have thievery, but we do have awareness. So that means that we have three choices, chat. We can ask Braxton about her past adventures, we can ask Braxton how she met Miriam, or we can show Braxton how to foil sleight of hand. Good night, Sticker Glue. Sleep well. So what do you think, chat? Do we ask Braxton about her past adventures? Do we ask her about how she met Miriam? Or do we show her how to foil sleight of hand? What should we do? How'd you meet? How met? How meet? Meet? How meet? How meet? Meet? How meet? How meet? And Dragon says, show her how to stop Slight. We want deets, yo! Alright, it looks like chat's moving in the direction of how meet. So going once. Going twice. Alright. So, 98, 99. 99. Okay. 98, 99. We were both thrown out of the same tavern, if you can believe that, says Braxton. Well, I say thrown. I walked out under my own power, at least. Well, Miriam was already a bit drunk. I was not, breaks in Miriam. And you didn't save my life 3 times that night. And then I saved her life 3 times over the course of the night, continues Braxton. So she figured she might as well make it official and hire me. Miriam levels a cross glare at Braxton, waggling one finger in the general direction of the orc's face. First of all, the bit with... Oh, sorry. Wrong voice. First of all, the bit with the water trough doesn't count. Braxton chuckles to herself and smiles as she watches Miriam turn away from you. There's some disagreement as to how much life-saving happened that night, but in any event, I'm glad we met. Okay, mark story points S2, and Z1. Z1. Wait, what? Z1. Oh, there's Z1. I was like, wait, what? S2 and Z1, okay. And S2 and Z1, okay. If 2 or more time has passed, read entry. Otherwise, read entry 7616. So 2 or more times has not yet passed. So that means we go back to 76. We go to 7616. All right. Okay. You continue down the road, and the sky overhead is soon obscured by the foliage of the forest canopy. Streams of sunlight dance around you as a gentle breeze shakes the leafy ceiling. Miriam skips forward and spins through the shafts of light, smiling and laughing. It would be best if you stayed close. Becoming lost in the woods is all too common for those not accustomed to traveling without the sun or moon to guide them. Despite the orc's warning, Braxton makes no additional effort to keep pace with the playful gnome. If story point N3 is marked, and it is marked, so that means read entry 4389. Okay. You change the subject, electing to ask Braxton what she knows about Dragonholt. I've never been in Dragonholt myself, says Braxton. Lord Caller's lands were west of here, so I never had occasion to visit. I did hear that the village has a fine inn. You heard that from me, calls Miriam. A little bit, Dunsel, I can see that. Miriam's aunt runs the place, says Braxton with a smile. Apart from that, I think the place is rather unremarkable. A small collection of houses surrounded by farms and orchards. She frowns and drums her fingers on the hilt of her sword, looking all around. Well, there was that one story about a brave hero who could freeze a dragon's flames in its throat, but I think that was just a story. Braxton lapses into a comfortable silence for some time. All right, we can ask Braxton about her family, we can ask Braxton about orcs, or we can leave Braxton to her thoughts. What do you want to do, chat? Ask Braxton about her family, ask Braxton about orcs, or leave Braxton to her thoughts? What do you want to do? Family? Fam? Take night, yeah, right? We are talkative. We're gathering info, you know? Fam. Yeah, I know. Oh, yes. Freeze dragon's flame in its throat. I am. What is the second option is to ask Braxton about orcs. So we could ask Braxton about her family, or about orcs, or leave her to her thoughts. Fam. 4 fam. 5 fam. I feel like the orcs one is vaguely offensive. Like, so tell me about orcs. What are orcs like? Fam, yo. Alright, looks like we're going with family. That sounds pretty compelling. Alright, read entry 2062. I love the fact that we're walking into a forest and we're literally playing forest music. Like, I just, you know. I haven't seen them in years, she says. My brothers were not happy about me abandoning them to take service with Lord Collar. But to be honest, I had to get away. After our father died, my brothers became more and more domineering. They wouldn't let my mother and me do anything without their permission. I was going on long hunting trips just to avoid them. It was on one of those trips that I met Lord Collar. She glances up at the forest canopy as if to see her brothers there. It's funny, but now that I'm grown and a knight, I miss them. I'd like to see them again as equals. I'd like to meet them too, calls Miriam. Maybe break all their kneecaps? But Miriam doesn't like my brothers, explains Braxton, even though she doesn't know anything about them. They were awful to you, says Miriam. That's all I need to know. If 2 or more time has passed, it still has not. So, read entry 3859. Eventide Forest is an intimidating landmark, and you can see why Braxton was concerned. Within an hour of entering the forest, the thin young trees give way to ancient gnarled guardians. The light leafy canopy transforms into an oppressive shroud that cloaks the road in darkness, even during the most sunny of days. Time passes. Okay, so now time does pass. So we got 2 time clicked off. In the darkness of Eventide Forest, a chilling stillness reigns, and even bird songs are drowned out by silence. You continue onward, Miriam's usual banter quieted by her new mood, 1 part fascination and 1 part fear. Braxton keeps an ever-vigilant eye on the surroundings, her hand now resting on the pommel of the blade at her waist. You soon come to a stop when you catch up to Miriam. She's glancing down upon what appears to be a small game trail that branches away from the main road. Up ahead, you see that a number of fallen trees are blocking your path. An old crossroads signpost marks the split, but the wood is too rotted and the writing is indecipherable. What do we do now? It doesn't seem like Lady Regina's been alerted yet. Braxton strains to look over the fallen trees. We could clear the roads ourselves, or send word to Lady Regina once we reach Dragonholt. We could try this trail, offers Miriam. Or maybe it connects to the main road on the other side. Okay, do we scout along the game trail and report back? Do we climb over the trees and continue on the main road? Or do we clear the road of debris before continuing? What do you think, chat? Scout along the game trail, report back, climb over the trees, continue on the main road, or clear the road of debris before continuing? What choice do we do? Scout, climb, scout, climb. All right. I'm glad the chat is so in agreement. Scout, climb, scout, climb, scout, climb. Wow. Literally every other person. Scout, climb, scout, climb, scout, climb. All right. 3 scouts, 3 climbs. What else we got? 3 scouts, 3 climbs. We agree to disagree. Yes, apparently. 3 scouts, 3 climbs. Four scouts, 3 climbs. Oh, so you're switching. So you're switching to scout. Okay, so 4 scouts, 2 climbs, I believe. Okay, 4 scouts, 2 climbs. All right. Clear the road. Just 4 scouts, 2 climbs, and clear the road of debris. I love how chat's like. Most of chat's like, nope. We're literally a ranger. We scout. Yeah, I mean, we are Aragorn, right? Basically. You're afraid scout equals separate party? Well, it could be. Alright. It looks like we're going with scout. Narrowly, but clearly. Alright, 50, 22. Okay. You follow the trail away from the main road, ducking under low-hanging branches and hopping over muddy puddles. The trail winds back and forth, and you soon lose your bearings. As you scramble over a particularly steep slope, the soft earth gives way and you tumble head over heels until you come to a stop at the base of a tree. You lose 3 stamina if you do not have agility, which we do, awareness, which we do, or survival, which we do. We have all of those. I think we should gain stamina. I think we should Captain America land and then just be like, and then like just, you know? I think that's how it goes. We should just be like, give to me stamina. Anyway, the sidebar says stamina is a measure of how much you can push yourself, resist strain or damage. Excessive amounts of physical labor, prolonged exposure to harsh conditions, physical damage suffered in combat all cause you to lose stamina. Your maximum stamina was determined during character creation, that's 14, and should be recorded on your character sheet. Whenever you have lose stamina, subtract that amount from your current stamina. Yeah, gymnast style dismount, exactly. Recording your current stamina separate from your maximum stamina. Okay, well that's fine. Now, interesting by the way, quick note chat. If your current stamina drops to 0, one of your skills is disabled, you choose, and you recover 1 stamina. And then a disabled skill can't be used until an effect allows you to recover that skill, which is kind of neat. But in this case, we had all of it, so we're good. You crawl back to your feet and continue on, resolving to be both more careful. After some time, you rejoin the main road well past the deadfall that blocked it. You turn back and, being certain to mark your route this time, rejoin the others. Time passes. Okay. And mark story point K3. K3. Okay. You and your traveling companions make your way along the game trail and continue your journey along the main road. All right. 85:57. That was a very Harriet moment, I think. Also, we're a cat, so we would land on our feet, right? Okay. After following the winding road for what feels like hours, you begin to feel that you are traveling in circles. Just as you're about to suggest turning back, Miriam calls out from beyond the next bend. Just beyond the next river bend. No, I'm sorry. Just kidding. There's a clearing up here. As you round the bend, you see Miriam staring up at a single massive tree that stands alone in the center of a clearing some 20 paces across. Although the great oak's canopy is just as thick as anywhere else in the forest, its branches reach well above the tops of the surrounding trees, affording you a view of the sky at the edges of the clearing. If 3 or more time has passed, and 3 or more time has passed, so that means we go to 35:49. Okay. It's already night. No wonder I feel so tired, Miriam mutters with a large yawn. Sure enough, when you look up, you see stars. Yeah, Mary's a better scout than us. You see stars sparkling brightly in the vast emptiness of the night sky. You note how brilliant they seem so far from the torchlight of the city. At the edges of the clearing, several paths cut through the dense trees, leading away from the great oak in different directions. Only a few seem well-traveled, but none are marked by signs. Braxton, too, has noticed the myriad options for further travel. We should get our bearings before making camp for the night. Miriam rolls her eyes at Braxton's suggestion. We can use the sun as our guide in the morning. I'm going to sleep. With that, she takes out a bedroll and makes camp at the base of the great oak. Okay, now, here's what we can do. Determine your heading by observing the scars. Requires Arcana, Devotion, or Survival, and we do have Survival. Convince Miriam to read the stars before she sleeps. That requires Empathy or Persuasion. We don't have those, so we can't. Climb the great oak to look for a landmark. Requires Agility or Athletics. We have both. Or leave the navigation to Braxton and turn in for the night. So, should we chat? Determine our heading by observing the stars, which requires Survival. Should we climb the great oak to look for a landmark, which requires Agility or Athletics? We have both of those. Or leave the navigation to Braxton and turn in for the night. What should we do? Observe the stars. Stars, 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 stars. Stars, 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 stars. Stars. Yeah, stars, 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 stars. Because we are all full of stars. All right. Looks like going once. Going twice. Nice. All right. Stars it is. Okay. 2172. Suddenly, a motorcycle goes by. You gaze up at the stars, walking a slow circle around the great tree in the clearing center to get a better view. You take your bearings from the constellations and find Latariana's star. You are now confident you know which way to go to reach Dragonholt. Mark story point L1. All right. L1. As you make your way back to the campfire, you feel something small strike the top of your head. It's a small wooden statuette. You look up at the branches of the great oak and you notice a number of small pages and other trinkets tied to branches or resting on tree limbs. You gain the wooden trinket, which is item B. All right, this is exciting. We actually get an item, chat. We got this item. Did something get auto-modded? Wooden trinket. You found this intricate wooden trinket at the Great Oak and Eventide Forest. It looks quite old. A heart is carved into the wood containing the letters T and U. So just so you can see it again, chat. We got a wooden trinket. T and U. All right. All right, got a wooden trinket. Good stuff. All right. Whoa, what just happened? I guess nothing happened. All right. Great. Cool. All right, so we got that. Items. Some effects cause you to gain items. To gain an item, record the item's name in your character sheet. Search the item deck for the item card with a matching identifier, which I just did. Keep the item card face up with your character sheet. Okay. You return to the campfire and show the trinket to your companions. What do you make of it? Asked Braxton. I can't, it looks like... That looks like a badger to me. Doesn't that look like a badger? Sorry, I'm having to, do this mirrored, and it's weird. That looks kind of like a badger, right? Braxton Hicks. That's funny. What do you make of it? Asked Braxton. I'm not sure, says Marion. I think this was carved by a human or an orc. It's too rough to be made by an elf. Probably just some harmless local custom. Miriam tosses the trinket back to you. Read entry 8549. Mushroom. An armadillo. It could be an armadillo. Alright. You assist Braxton in gathering some kindling and start a small campfire a few paces from the Great Oak. While you work, you can hear Miriam humming softly to herself. You set out your bedroll and relax. Although you were all tired, a brief chat around the campfire is not an unwelcome event. Okay, so let's see. Story point. Ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt. That requires that we have N3 marked, and it is. Ask Braxton what she plans to do in Dragonholt. That means that E7 has to be marked. E7 is not marked, so we can't do that. Or go straight to sleep. So, we can either ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt, because we did N3, or we have to go straight to sleep. So what do you think, chat? More data mining. So you want to ask Miriam. So do we ask Miriam, or do we go to sleep? Dunsel says to data mine, so we ask. Craigery says asks. Triffid says ask. So Dunsel said ask. Prince Justin says ask. Second Ob says ask. Ask. Okay. So we got a bunch of asks. All right. Ask it is. Okay, so 3579. Okay. I'm glad you asked, bubbles Miriam. As I mark down the entry. I'm going to set up the finest apothecary shop that Dragonholt has ever seen. I'll brew potions and sell remedies and make lots of money. She nods, tossing a vial of pink liquid into the air, catching it, and balancing it on her finger for no particular reason. My aunt can help me get started. She already runs the best inn in town, and she's a fantastic tailor, too. Miriam flourishes her half-cape and brightly colored tunic. Alright, so we can ask Miriam what types of potions... Some options requires you have one more skills. Okay, I did that. You can ask Miriam what types of potions she brews. You can ask Miriam about her family. We can't exchange brewing recipes with Miriam because we don't have the alchemy skill. We can't compliment Miriam's attire and inquire about the maker because we don't have craftsmanship or empathy. We can't tell Miriam what we know of Dragonholt's markers because it requires history or streetwise. And we can't educate Miriam on methods for barter and trade because it requires persuasion or streetwise. So that means all we can do is ask Miriam what types of potions does she brew, or ask her about her family. So what do you want to do? I really like this system, by the way. This is very cool. What types of potions does she brew, or ask Miriam about her family? Potions or family? What do you think, chat? Potions or family? Potions, family. 3 potions, 2 family. 3 potion, 2 family. 3 potion, 2 family. Apothecary shop. Exactly. 3 potion, 2 family. Alright, going once. 3 potion, 2 family going once. 3 potion, 2 family going once. 3 potion, 2 family going twice. And 3 potions wins. Alright. So what kind of potions do you brew, Miriam? Yo, you got the potions? You got the potions? Yeah, I like it, Miranda. I don't know if there's any others in this system, too. It says the Oracle system. I don't know that anything else uses this. I don't think they've made a sequel to this, but anyway. 4156. Oh, all sorts. Miriam pulls out 2 glass bottles stoppered with wax. She flourishes the blue one. This potion can cure a dozen diseases and keep wounds from being infected. She holds up a cloudy gray liquid in her other hand. This one is bottled smoke. Use it to choke out a hornet's nest or signal for help or maybe give yourself something to hide behind. She glances down at her bottles and purses her lips. Or maybe I have that backwards. Oh well. She slips the bottles back into a leather pack at her hip. I'm always looking for new recipes, but I already know enough to start my shop. She falls silent as she examines a shy-looking flower growing in the shadow of a mossy log. Always looking for ingredients, too. No, I know that there's variants of it. Yeah, no. But not this particular system, though. Like, specifically Oracle system. Okay, so we mark story points M3 and Z2. If 2 or more time has passed, and it has, 3 time has passed, then we read entry 7094. What about you? Asks Miriam. What are you planning to do in Dragonholt? Before you can answer, she hunches over and crooks one finger like a sinister hook, putting a sneer into her voice. Are you seeking vengeance on a terrible foe? Just as quickly she swoons, throwing one hand artfully over her forehead. Or are you in search of love? Miriam tumbles backward over a log with a squawk. She grins up at you from a pile of sticks and leaves. Or maybe it's just a chance encounter? She continues to talk about everything and nothing before finally pausing for breath. Okay, do we ask Miriam about Eventide Forest? Do we ask Miriam how she met Braxton? Or do we ask Miriam about gnomes? I thought we already asked Braxton how they met, but I guess that was asking Braxton, so this is the other. So do we ask Miriam about Eventide Forest? Do we ask her how she met Braxton? Or do we ask Miriam about gnomes? So, Forest, Braxton, gnomes. Exactly. Old crone. Yeah, I was hoping for it too, Gregory. So what do you think? Forest, Braxton, or gnomes, chat? Run, Forest, run. Forest, Forest. Apparently not. Forest, Forest, gnome. Forest, Forest, gnome. Forest, Forest, gnome. 3 forest, 2 gnome. 3 forest, 2 gnome. Three forest, 2 gnome. Three forest, 2 gnome. 3 forest, 2 gnome. 3 forest, 2 gnome going once. 3 forest, 2 gnome going twice. And... Alright, 3 forest it is. We're going with forest. Eventide, I'm gonna keep on making the joke. We don't know, so we're shaking them away. Laugh again, laugh again. Leaving Miriam's with Braxton in the forest. Down, down. Still one of the great riffs, by the way, ever to a rock song. Down, bumpin' bumper down, down, bumpin' bumper down. It's a great opening. Life is like a box of gnomes, you don't know which one will bite you exactly. I've heard all sorts of stories about Eventide Forest, says Miriam. I've even heard there's a secret kingdom somewhere in the treetops where elves and fairies dance in the starlight, hidden from the eyes of gnomes. She shrugs and looks up at the mossy tree branches. Everything I listened to in high school is now classic rock, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, listen, like, you can say what you want. Eddie Vedder brought it every night, so. She shrugs and looks up at the mossy tree branches. I don't believe half of it, though. I think it's just a big, dark forest, and people are scared of anything they don't know anything about. Also, there's the bandits, says Braxton from behind you. If 2 or more time has passed, 3 time has passed. 1096. Very good. Okay. Miriam lets out a long yawn, and you second the motion. As you nestle into your bedroll for the night, Braxton speaks up. But we don't all sleep at once. I'll take the first watch. Can I count on you to take the second? You nod your agreement and drift off to sleep. Okay, one of you volunteers to keep watch. That's us. Okay. 2 time passes. You each recover 2 stamina. Pfft, I don't need to recover my stamina. Well, our stamina is still at maximum because we know what we're doing. Also, I can see that our webcam is falling again. Okay. Let's see. So, you rouse from your slumber to gentle coaxing from Braxton. Your turn at watch, she says quietly. You rub your eyes for a moment and sit up, taking a drink from your canteen to wake yourself. You glance around camp at your fellow travelers. Yeah, Vetter has not lost a step. Fading fast, are you really tripping? Let's see. You can always get rest, Triffid. You know that. I don't want you to be exhausted. Okay. You rub your eyes for a moment and sit up, taking a drink from your canteen to wake yourself. You glance around camp at your fellow travelers. Braxton prepares her bedroll, lies down, and is quickly asleep. Marion stirs for a moment, possibly awakened by the brief commotion, and rolls to her other side. A gentle silence takes hold of the clearing. Your journey to Dragonholt has been a long one, but now you are no more than a half-day's travel from your destination. The crack of burning branches from the campfire keeps you company as you keep watch. The moon is beginning to set, and you know the light of a new dawn will soon grace the forest clearing where you have made camp. Just then, you hear a rustling in the thick brush on one side of the camp, and recall Braxton's warnings about bandits. All right, chat, do we watch for further movement or signs of danger? Do we arm ourselves and take a closer look? Or do we wake our fellow traveling companions? So further movement or signs of danger, arm yourself and take a closer look, or wake your fellow traveling companions. Watch, arm, or wake, basically. Oh, I hear you. You're off tomorrow. Well, then, hey, I hear you. Let's see. Watch, arm, so closer, or watch, closer, awake. Let's see. Closer, wake, closer, watch, wake. So we got 2 closer. We've got, so let's see. We've got 1 watch. We've got 2 closer. 2 wake. 3 wake. So 1 watch, 3 closer, 3 wake. That's where we're at. 1 watch, 3 closer, 3 wake. I have to reset the music, but I'm not sure if I want to do that yet until I know whether we're getting into combat or not. 1 watch, 3 closer, or 3 wake. Sorry, is that right? Yes, 1 watch, 3 closer, 3 wake. So I have a tie here. I will need someone to jump in. 1 watch, 3 closer, 3 wake. Switch to closer. Okay. All right. So there we go. 1654. Okay. You grab your weapon and slip out of the camp, circling around toward where you heard the sound. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you move silently from tree to tree, and soon find yourself behind a small group of rough-looking people lurking in the bushes and watching your camp. Bandits! 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 Okay, mark story point X1. We found some bandits. There are 3 bandits directly in front of you, 2 men and a woman in torn and stained clothing and scraps of leather armor. The woman holds a strung bow across her knees as she crouches, while one of the men has a spear and the other a long knife in his hand. "Wasn't someone on watch by the fire?" asked one of the men. "I don't see anyone there now," says the woman. "Quiet," says the other man. "Wait for the signal." They clearly haven't noticed you. Just as clearly, they're intending to attack your traveling companions. All right, you can shout a warning to our traveling companions. We can draw our weapon and engage the bandits, or sneak up on the bandits and ambush them because we have stealth. So it requires stealth, but we can do it. So we can shout a warning, we can draw our weapon, or we can sneak up on the bandits. We can stealth it up. Stealth it up. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna sneak it, baby. Do, do. She said. And then peekaboo. Change to sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. Yeah. Everyone is excited for sneak. I had a feeling people were going to be. It's that thing, right? Like any of the systems that are similar to this, when you have a skill, it's so tempting not to just be like, but I have the skill. That means I can do something I couldn't do otherwise, you know. Sneaky fun. All right. Let's do it. 8408. What I like about this also is, although obviously replayability is going to be somewhat limited because the story beats are similar, they're not identical. Because if we had created a character that was very much like an in-your-face military, like, how about you? Like, we wouldn't have done some of the decisions that we made, and we wouldn't have the skills that we had. Or if we were like some super wizard, we'd be doing things differently also. The fact that we are this character really is affecting the kind of stuff that we're choosing to do, which is cool. You creep carefully up behind the bandits, ghosting up behind the man with the spear. Moving swiftly, you grab his spear and twist, tearing it from his grasp and bringing it up across his throat. He gurgles and kicks, then goes still as you drag him into the dark forest. "There's one of them in the trees!" shouts the bow-armed woman, loosing an arrow blindly in your direction. The shaft passes within a hand's breadth of your head, and you see her pulling back to fire again. You drop your unconscious captive and sprint back to the camp. You hear confusion in the forest all around you as the bandits try to track you down. "Where did they go?" "Here." "Ah!" "I'm Batman." All right. 9943. As we're being tracked. Oh, yeah, cool. You shout a warning and rush back into the camp, hearing the bandits swear and move to follow you. "We're supposed to wait for the signal," hisses one. "That was the signal," shouts the other. As you skid to a stop by the campfire, you see Braxton already on her feet with her shield in hand. Miriam is still staggering out of her tangling blanket. "What is it?" grumbles Miriam. "What's going on?" "Bandits," rumbles Braxton as a half-dozen of the desperate-looking figures run into the firelight, weapons held high. You know what that means, chat. That means it's time to pull out the combat music. Okay. All right, here we go. Fight time. 4,300. Okay. Braxton hefts a heavy steel shield and slashes her longsword threateningly at one of the approaching bandits. Miriam produces 2 flasks and unstoppers one of them. A thick, acrid smoke pours from its open mouth as she holds it aloft, ready to throw. 3 of the bandits suddenly rush forward, charging the camp. Miriam hurls the smoking flask, which smashes against one of their bucklers. A billowing cloud of acidic fog erupts from the impact site. The bandit shrieks and falls, dropping his buckler to the ground as it dissolves. The 2 other bandits, please stop falling. Hold, please. Okay. Where were we? Right. The two other bandits continue their charge. One swings. Whoop. Oh, that's very cool, actually. I had not heard that, Rock God. That's cool. That is cool. I can see that. I can see that. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Yes, the two other bandits continue their charge. One swings an axe at Miriam, but Braxton catches the blade with her longsword and slams her shield into the man, sending him tumbling to the ground. The third bandit dodges around Braxton and darts forward straight toward you, spear point trained at your chest. Okay, now there are 4 options here, but 2 of them we can't do. Deflect the spear and counterattack requires dueling or military. We don't have those. And blasting the bandit with a rune requires arcana or runes, and we don't have that either. So we can either dodge the attack or catch the spear and disarm the bandit. So do we dodge or catch? Basically dodge or disarm, chat. Dodge or disarm. And Mr. Dunsel says catch. Okay, so we have dodge, disarm, disarm, catch, catch. 4 disarms, 1 dodge. 5 disarm. So catch the spear. I assume that's what that is, right, Dunsel? It's just like, be one with the spear. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Rogan. Maybe the brawling means that we catch it. Plus, we've got agility. I think we're fine. So it looks like we're catching. Yeah. All right. That's what it sounds like. Everyone wants to do that for the most part. So we're going to do that. All right. Catch the spear and disarm the bandit. All right. You steel yourself. Oh, you're going to like this, chat. Rogan, you're going to like this. You steel yourself and wait until the last moment before the spear point would impact your chest. In an instant, you fall back a step and grab the spear's neck. Do you have brawling or willpower? We sure do have brawling. We sure do. All right. 85-63. You twist the spear away from you and step into the bandit's rush, raising your elbow to impact solidly with his oncoming face. So you're just like, you basically Mandalorian it, is what happens there. You're just like, pow! Dig it. I love it. You feel something break and the bandit cries out, collapsing to the grass and leaving you holding a spear. You turn and hurl the spear into the chest of another bandit as she attempts to slash out at Miriam with a long knife. She falls and Miriam gives you a quick thumbs up. So I think what that means is you're basically like, that's the move. It's like slow-mo. It's like twist, elbow, grab, throw. Like that's how that works. This is the way. Oh my god, dude, with this thing, I can't stand it. Stop turning. Stop it. Stop. Stop turning. Stop turning. Stop turning. Stop turning. Yeah, it doesn't want to stay. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, it's worked fairly well, and at least I know now what I need to do. I just may not be able to do this with this mic stand. I may have to use my tripod and just do it differently, which I'm not going to set up right now, but at least I know what I'm doing. It's not the clamp, it's the stupid, it's not the clamp. There's like a little pole, that is held in to keep it from twisting, and it just does not want to, yeah. Yeah, it's turning right now. I am not happy, though, that it's doing that. Like, I'm a little bit shocked that it's not, like... It's just, I don't understand. Like... Stop. Stop rolling down. I can't. Yeah, I really do need like a roll of duct tape. That's real. You know, I hate these tension pins on microphones. Just give me a second, everybody, because I really do want this to work properly, and I can't do it like this. Trying to think if I could. It really does not. It just does not want to. Yep. Oh, that's the clamp. Okay. Well, you also then are irritating me because you are also not supposed to be moving. Okay, now stop. Stop moving. Okay. The tyranny of round objects. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that if this just, like, I was looking for something that would just literally, oh, yeah. Yeah, I see, actually. This clamp, the glue on this clamp is already okay, yeah. All right, well, I got the idea. So I'm going to need to find another setup. Because the thing is, I don't want to put a tripod right in the middle of the table. So, like, this setup means I go up and then over, which is really easy. And, like, but this, like, the clamp is so squeezed in that, like, it's, you know, yeah, it's junky. Anyway, that's fine. It seems to be okay for the moment, so we're gonna forge ahead, and then I'm gonna have to think about other ways, what else I can do with this, because this obviously isn't gonna get it done. Just wish it had like a screw end that would. Yeah. Anyway, I'll think about it. Okay. I apologize, everybody, for stopping in the middle of the combat to deal with that. So, anyway, we just did the awesome thing. Okay. Now it says after we did that cool thing, if story point H3 is marked, it is not marked, so that means we go to 9513. Okay. So 95. 13. For Collar and Harmon, bellows Braxton. In the flickering firelight, she seems a demon from a nightmare, huge and dark and powerful. 3 of the bandits attempt to surround her, but she pivots away, slamming her shield into one and knocking her down, then slashing at a second and sending him screaming into the dark, clutching at his face. She trades blows with a large human, his axe sliding off her shield, her sword flickering past his face as he dances backward. You notice a bandit... Yeah, that's true, Miranda. You notice a bandit with his hair in a long braid creeping up behind Braxton with a knife glimmering in his hand. Focused as Braxton is on her battle with a large bandit, she clearly hasn't noticed. Okay, now one of the options we don't have, which is stop the bandit with an alchemical concoction, because we don't have alchemy. So... intercept the approaching bandit or catch the bandit from behind. So what do you think, chat? Do we intercept the approaching bandit or catch the bandit from behind? And I love the idea that we keep thinking about this in terms of our skills, so for what that's worth. Intercept the approaching bandit or catch the bandit from behind. Intercept, intercept. We have stealth, but from behind. I'm not. I don't even. I am aware, and I will not even go any further there. Intercept, intercept, catch like he does. Okay, so we have intercept, intercept, behind, behind. Yeah, there's no real way to do it, unfortunately. I mean, like, the resolution of this... You know, I mean, I can't really zoom it in any further. I could do it at some point, probably, Rogan. At some point, I might get I mean, I don't have the money to do this now. But at some point, I could get a second camera like the one that I have like this. Now, the thing about that is that a second camera like the Canon M200, that you could absolutely read the resolution because I could zoom in however I wanted on that, right? But I can't zoom in with a webcam, which is the thing that we're using right here. The thing about that, though, is that the M200, I would also need to think about another way to mount it because the M200 is definitely heavier than a webcam is. So there's trade-offs, you know? Could get a new overlay in OBS showing your skills and stats like Fighting Fantasy. Yeah, I could do that, sure. Sure. I could do a Legacy of Dragonholt overlay at some point, we'll see. Or scan it to an image. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Actually, I did not know that my all-in-one was going to get this much use, but... All right. I'm just scanning it to an image, Dragon. Post a Discord. Good way to increase what? Yeah, that's true. It's my value? What do you mean? Or the view? Oh, you in terms of like people? Yeah. It's value? Yeah. This is actually, knock on wood, holding right now, but at great personal cost to the clamp, I think. This is a good time to mention that you should follow the Discord server. While we're waiting for this to scan so you can all see it, anyone who's new to the stream, I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. This has been a ton of fun. This is Legacy of Dragonholt that we're playing. My name is Arvin Eleron. We focus on, I am an author and college professor. I focus on story and narrative in games on this channel, and we do a lot of tabletop role-playing. We do a lot of role-playing of all different sorts, and do a lot of cooperative stuff as well. And so if you like what you've seen and heard, then definitely you should follow and do all the things that Triffid was kind enough to put up there. You should do all of that. Okay. And... all right. Rename... All right, let's see. Bear with me just a second. I don't know whether it's going to allow me to use this. No, it's not. All right. That's unfortunate. Could have put in an image otherwise, and I didn't think about that. Anyway, it's fine. All right, hang on a second. that. All right, there we go. Now, okay, how does chat? I don't want to get this too busy. Let's maybe put this up here because we can always change it with the polls in a little bit. Is that more visible? Is that more visible, Rogan? Or would it be easier to have just the top? No? All right. So like, how about that? Oh, you weren't paying attention? Oh, all right. Okay, that might be clearer. That might be clearer, I think. Ugh. Also, I see our music stopped. And let's start again. Okay. All right. Now, back we go. Okay. So let's see. What did we decide? I didn't see the decisions that were these things. Okay, so catch, behind. Okay, so it looks like chat voted for behind. Okay. Alrighty, so chat agrees with that, so we're doing 92.50. All right, moving as quickly as you can on silent feet, you drift up behind the braided bandit. He lifts his knife, ready to bring it down into Braxton's neck, and you reach to grab him from behind. If you have stealth, and we sure do, chat, read entry 4545. And of course, we made the right call because we have stealth. You grab the braided bandit from behind, twist, and pivot him around your hips, sending him tumbling to the ground with an undignified yowl. As he struggles to stand, you plant one foot on his back and shove, sending him sprawling yet again, this time into your campfire. He screams and shoots to his feet, running in random loops as he attempts to beat the flames out of his hair and clothing. He staggers into another bandit, sending both sprawling, and then you shift your attention elsewhere. Like that. Alright, your companions are still locked in combat with the bandits, who swarm around the edges of the light provided by your campfire. Screaming incoherently, a scarred bandit rushes at you. In one hand, stealthily brawl the thug, pretty much. In one hand, he brandishes a studded iron mace. The other arm ends in a steel hook, its metal glinting in the firelight. Okay, so, again, brace yourself to receive the charge requires military. We don't have that. Protect yourself with an alchemical mixture requires alchemy. We don't have that. But we do have flee and attack at range. That requires arcana. We don't have. Thievery we don't have, but we do have archery. So we can either rush forward to engage the bandit, or we can back up and attack him with archery. So rush forward or attack at range. What's it going to be, chat? Rush forward or attack at range? Pretty involved little combat we got here. Range. So we just back up, we Legolas it. We're brawlers too, pummel him too close for archery. Well, it says flee and then you fire. So I'm guessing. Because like we're not actually engaged with any the guy's running at us, so I guess we could be like back up a few steps and then Wachot. I'm guessing. I don't know why we would do Wachot. We're not Bruce Lee. I no idea why that made sense. We're brawlers too, pummel him. Sounds like most people are suggesting that we run and use archery. We have Dunsel who suggested pummel, but fleeing gives him an attack of opportunity. Well, it could. Mrs. Dunsel also says forward. I take that back. So we have archery, forward, archery, 2 for archery, 3 for archery, 4 for archery, 4 for archery, 2 for brawl, 4 for archery, 3 for brawl. All right. So we have 4 archery, 3 brawl. Yeah, they have not engaged us yet. They are charging at us. 4 archery, 3 brawl. I think we should just throw the figurine at them. Badger. In that case, archery. All right. Well, it looks like we are on the archery side, basically. I think. So, archery. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's 35-60. All right. You maneuver through the melee, dodging around Braxton and another orc woman. Then you break away from the fray, sprinting toward the Great Oak, hoping to put enough range between yourself and the bandits that you can attack from relative safety. If you have agility or athletics, how about if we have both? We have both. The bandit gives chase, but you are too quick for him. You sprint away until you have enough distance to deal with the bandit at your leisure. Now we can... Well, the only thing we can do is use archery, because we could harass the man with thrown knives if we have thievery, but we don't. We could incapacitate the bandit with runic magic if we had arcana, but we don't. And then we loose an arrow at your pursuer requires archery, which means requires archery, and that's the only thing we can do, so that's why we came this way, so that's what we're going to do. You draw and loose as quickly as you can. The arrow catches the bandit in the leg, sending him tumbling to the ground and rolling to a halt not 3 paces from you. He grabs his knee and yells, "I used to be a bandit like you, and then I took an arrow to the..." No, I'm just kidding. As he struggles to stand, you fire one more time, then turn your attention elsewhere. Oh man, you're just like, and then walk away. That's how you roll. All right. Okay. You find yourself standing in a loose circle with your companions and no bandits close at hand. Even more of the enemy emerge from the trees, however, and they begin to surround you. "What now?" breathes Miriam. You're sure it's the first time you've heard fear in her voice. The bandit's leader chuckles and speaks, causing the firelight to play off the long scar on the side of his face in a sinister way. "Drop your valuables and leave. There's no need for you to die here." The other bandits hoot and howl and brandish their blades and axes in the air in front of you. Braxton glances sideways at you. "There are too many of them. We cannot win this fight." She edges backward and you notice her lean in the direction of Dragonholt. "You can't have my gold. I'll be using it to start my business," hisses Miriam. Despite the bite in her words, you notice her hands trembling. Okay, so here are the choices. That's very true. Yeah, that's true, Miranda. Okay, so we could fend off the bandits long enough for the others to escape. That requires brawling, which we do have. We could create a diversion and flee towards Dragonholt. We don't have deception or performance, so we can't do that. We could create a smokescreen and escape toward Dragonholt. We can't do that because that requires alchemy. Or we could turn tail and run. So we can either fend off the bandits long enough for the others to escape, or we turn tail and run. What do we do, chat? Fend them off long enough for the others to escape, or turn tail and run? What's the choice? Fend them off. Fend. Tail. Fend, support. So support, I'm guessing, is fend. She would want to help others. Yeah. I mean, she would want to even the odds, right? She wants to even the odds. I agree. So fend, 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 fend. Okay. So it sounds like more people are in favor of the fending. Offensive. Okay. To fend them off. All right. 67-38. You tell your companions to run for it and spring forward, bringing the battle to the bandits. The ferocity of your attack catches the bandits off guard, and at first they fall back. You press the advantage, taking down a burly human woman with a pair of jagged knives and disarming a gnome man who attempts to dart in and slash your hamstrings. The bandits soon regroup, however, and their numbers begin to tell. You are swiftly pressed back, and it becomes clear you'll be overwhelmed. Since your companions have already escaped, you turn and run for it as well. Are there like 100 bandits? How many bandits are there, for God's sake? What's up, Burner? Okay, so you turn and run for it as well. Here's where we hope we're fast enough. Alright. You run through eventide forests, scrambling and stumbling as you go. You are surprised to discover that you can see, and you realize that the sun must already be rising somewhere beyond the trees. Time passes. Time has come today. The narrow and twisting path soon comes to a steep climb with a rocky outcropping that rises above on either side. A large standing stone towers to your right. You can hear the bandits still coming behind you, shouting to their fellows like hounds on the hunt. But any pursuer will have to scramble up this same narrow gulch. Alright, chat, we have 3 choices and we can do all of them. We can either, when do we get LED tech? I've had it for a little while actually, Burner. We can either tip over the standing stone to block the path. We can fire with our bow from the high ground because we have archery and the Ewan McGregor's line in our head. Or we can set a trap for the approaching bandits using survival. So we can tip over the standing stone to block the path. We can fire with our bow using archery, or we can set a trap for the approaching bandits using survival. What do you think? What should we do, chat? CQ says fire. Mrs. Dunsel says block. So fire, block, or trap. Okay, we got one of each. Great. Fire, block, or trap. Fire, block, trap, bow. So fire, block, trap, fire. 2 fires. Fire, block, trap, fire. Why, hello there. Fire, block, trap, fire, fire. 3 fires, 1 block, 1 trap. Three fires, 1 block, 1 trap. 4 fire, fire! 4 fires, 1 block, 1 trap. 5 fires, 1 block, 1 trap. Alright. Fire like real fire. No, I think fire like, as in fire and arrow fire. I mean lay off, yeah. 5 fires. Is that are you gonna fire Rogan? That's fire as in fire the bow. Right, exactly, Rogan. You maimed a good dozen. You're like, all right, you'll live. Like I would trap. Okay, that's cool. It looks like fire is going to be shooting with the bow is going to win the day based on chat's decision. So 52-23. Okay. You settle yourself onto a rocky perch above the path and wait for the lead bandit to come into sight, arrow knocked to your bowstring. Soon, with a shout, a tall, dark-skinned human with a shock of white hair leaps onto the trail. He rushes forward, axe in hand, and you draw back your bow. If you have awareness, and we do have awareness, you draw back your bow and send an arrow straight through the lead bandit's heart. He falls, but is soon replaced by a dwarf woman with an eye patch. You put an arrow through her remaining eye and then into the arm of the orc man who is next to the gap. He bellows and pulls back, and you hear confusion and more shouting from just out of sight. You have the bandits at bay. Hell yeah. Somehow I'm getting like a big Last of the Mohicans vibe here. Like, I really wish I could do this without getting muted. This is the part where we need to be like, I have to say, as film, one of the great closing 10 minutes of any film ever is that whole sequence. That entire sequence is incredible cinematographically. Just incredible. So good. That's a good question. Yeah, how many do you have? We'd be heading for a bad end. Well, yeah. Okay. With the bandits preoccupied by your efforts back at the gulch, you're able to gain a considerable lead on them. The rocky terrain, isn't it an incredible sequence? The music is great. It's got freaking Daniel Day-Lewis in it. I mean, Madeline Stowe. It's all good. The rocky terrain continues to rise up around you, the trees of Eventide Forest becoming smaller and scrappier as you go. Soon you come to a sheer cliff face, only a few scraggly trees clinging to the rocks rising above you. Sunlight spins across the sky above the cliff, a promise of freedom and safety. You could climb up to the top, but it would be a challenge. The path continues to the left a fair distance, then becomes a right switchback crawling up to the top of the rise. It would be a safer route to the top, but slower than climbing directly. Alright, do we climb the cliff face or run for the switchback path? We're from the cliffs, okay? We came from the cliffs. We got athletics, we got agility, we got survival. I will find you no matter what occurs. Come on, man. We are a cat. We are Harriet, the cat folk. I mean, so do we climb or do we run? Climb or run? We're the masked man climbing the rope. Exactly. This amazing thing, and still he gains. Well, I've got 4 of you, Vicini, and he doesn't have anyone. No excuses. I just gotta get a new giant, that's all. Oh, don't say that, Vicini. I mean, there's we probably have too many. I don't think we could keep firing. Like, I guess there must be like 150 bandits in here, right? Is my only conclusion, because I feel like we have single-handedly eliminated like 10 of them. So you'd think that would give them pause, but they're just like, nope, we're just going to keep coming. So I guess eventually we run out of arrows. If this is Baldur's Gate, I'm telling you right now, no person lives out of this. Climb. Oh man, I can lobby you. I'm lobbying. I usually don't do that, but I'm lobbying for climbing here because I'm like, yo, you are literally from the cliffs. Like, you literally came from a village in the mountains, you know? It is a lot of bandits. It's a good question. I assume that they're living off of, like, yeah, who even comes to the forest of you with this many bandits? I don't think even Robin Hood and his merry men had this many merry men, you know? All right, it looks like chat is actually going to climb. So, okay. You scramble up the cliff face, relying on the trees that cling to cracks in the rock for handholds. This proves unwise, as not all of the trees are anchored securely enough to bear your weight. Wait a second. What? I don't understand this entry. Wait a minute. Make sure that I went the right place. 5129. Yeah, 4055. Oh, all right. Let's see. You lose 2 stamina unless you have athletics. But we do have athletics, so we don't lose 2 stamina. Miriam isn't making things any easier either. Okay, I don't know why we suddenly caught up to Miriam. I thought we were doing this all on our own, but I guess we caught up. Despite Braxton's efforts. I'll be fine, she huffs. I'm not the only one here who needs help, she says with a nod at you. In fairness to the gnome, she's not dangling from her fingertips. Braxton makes her way over to you and helps you regain your footing. Test each toehold before you put weight on it, she says. You resume your climb, but you hear shouting below you. The bandits have reached the bottom of the cliff. They immediately begin pelting you with arrows and stones, making the rest of the climb a nightmare. You lose 3 stamina unless you have agility. But we do have agility, so again, get wrecked, game. Again. Finally, you make it to the top, gasping for breath. You are safe from the bandits' arrows up here, but the bandits have already begun to climb up after you. Okay, I have a question. Has anyone in any game ever met bandits so dedicated that they would pursue you to the end? Like, I feel like at this point the bandits would be like, well, the hell with it. We lost like 1/5 our numbers. Like, they're like, what? Why are they just like, you will pay the ultimate? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, these are the most dedicated bandits of all time. All right. So we can throw rocks at the bandits. We can return fire with our bow because we have archery. We can smash a vial of alchemical fire on the cliff face. That needs alchemy, so you can't do that. Or blast the cliff face with runic magic. That requires arcana or runes. We don't have either. So we can either throw rocks at the bandits or we can shoot with archery. They will zoop. Oh, really, TNS? You know what I'm saying, CQ? I'm just like, why are these people so dedicated? Oh, because we mentioned the gold. Specifically, Miriam did. I guess so. So, yes. So, bow or rocks, chat? I feel like we should just, bow or rocks. Do we just keep, like, obliterating these people from a distance? Just be like, kablow, kablow, kablow. So, bow or rocks? Why not both? It's that meme, right? With the girls thing where it's like, why not both? Okay. So, we've got bow, bow, bow. 3 bows. 2 rocks. 3 bows, 2 rocks. I don't think we can do both. We have to choose one first. 3 bows, 2 rocks. We could just drop arrows. 4 bows, 2 rocks. Rock in a tree. No, it's on a cliff. 5 rocks. 5 bows, 2 rocks. 5 bows, 2 rocks. Let the other person draw it. Yeah, Miriam, you do that. Twang. 6. Okay. Sounds like we're going with bow. That's what it sounds like. Okay. 724. This is very involved, this whole thing. Okay. With the advantage of your superior position, you're able to take your time and aiming and firing each arrow. You focus your attacks on the enemy archers first, wounding them, and then shift your attention to the oncoming bandits, who soon break off their pursuit and flee beyond reach of your arrows. The bandits retreat back into the forest. You have escaped. Hell yeah! Jesus, the most busy freaking bandits of all time. All right, turn to entry 9999. That sounds promising. As the sun climbs above the trees, you continue your journey toward Dragonholt. At your new elevation, the trees are smaller and farther apart, and at some point you passed an invisible barrier where you're not in a forest so much as a rocky plain with occasional trees. Dragonholt lies below you, and you can see the beacon tower rising above the trees, the sun climbing the sky behind it. I know, right, Rogan? We should level up. Tenacious bandits. You have less than an hour of walking before you. Time passes. All right. So we've used up 7 on this slot. At length you walk through an orchard, the twisted trees heavy with fruit and propped up by weathered boards and poles. Then you find yourself on Dragonholt's main street, walking beneath the dueling dragon statues that serve as the closest thing to a city gate. One dragon is carved from black stone, the other from white, and they arch across the street above you, not quite touching. Marvelous, breathes Marvelous, breathes Braxton. Some sort of memorial of the Dragon Wars, says Miriam. This way, she says, and skips down the cobbled street as if she hadn't been woken in the middle of the night by bandits. You cross a crowded village green that is laid out before a garden shrine with a domed glass ceiling. In front of the shrine stands a marble spire atop which burns a beacon fire. Then you pass a building dark with soot and marred by broken windows. Miriam pauses at an intersection and peers down 2 side streets before nodding vigorously and leading the way south. We'll get a proper breakfast as soon as we find my aunt's inn, she says. It's called the Swan. Does it have a lovely white swan painted on its sign? Asked Braxton. Yes, it does, says Miriam. All right, good night, Configuration Queen. Yes, it does, says Miriam. Then is that it, just there? She points and Miriam beams. That's it, let's go! She rushes off in a fresh burst of energy, leaving you stumbling along behind. When you finally reach the Swan, you find Miriam babbling excitedly to a gnome who looks almost exactly like her, plus 20 years. You must be Miriam's friends, says the older woman. I'm Miriam's Aunt Sapphire. It's good to meet you. She welcomes you inside, and you step down into a blessedly cool, half-sunken common room where a scattering of thick oak tables and sturdy chairs lie beneath rafters strung with herbs and root vegetables. Thick iron lanterns rest on each table, none lit now, and light streams in from tall windows against the south wall. "Please have a seat," says your host, and you do. "We made it," says Braxton, dropping heavily into a chair that creaks under her weight. "I think I could sleep for a week." "None of that," says Miriam. "We have work to do." Braxton lifts her head and glares. "Starting tomorrow, I guess. Let's all take today off." Miriam vanishes into a back room, then appears a few minutes later with a tray rattling with glass bottles of red liquid. "Here," she says, and distributes the bottles. "It's the least I can do for helping get me here safely." You gain 3 healing potions. Item A. Aw, yeah, chat. Healing potion. All right. The liquid burns your throat like bitter fire, but quickly heals open wounds and broken bones. When you drink this potion, you recover half of your maximum stamina. So we get three healing potions. Healing potion. Three of them. We got the pot. We have not lost any stamina yet because we kept making good decisions, basically. Okay. Now it says healing potions. You can carry multiple healing potions. However, there's only one copy of the healing potion item card, which should be shared as a reference among all players. Some items, healing potions included, have additional effects listed on the item card. You may drink a potion at any time. You must have at least one potion recorded on your character sheet. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. Sapphire returns a moment later with a larger tray, overflowing with plates of yellow eggs, loaves of dark brown bread, and a tall pitcher of milk. "I hope you'll stay at the Swan for as long as you like," she says. "No charge, of course. Not after what you went through to get my Miriam here safely." Miriam pours everyone a glass of milk. She holds hers aloft and exclaims, To new what? Oh, I thought it said to new toads. I'm like, what? "To new roads." Braxton takes a glass, holds it up, and looks from Miriam to Sapphire to you. "To new friends." The meal is amazing, and you soon collapse in rooms provided by your generous host. You doze through the majority of the day. After dinner, you rest in the common room, chatting idly with Braxton and another patron. Soon, the lack of a good night's sleep is too much, and you retire to your room. You will have to explore Dragonholt on the morrow. Okay, so you each recover half of your maximum stamina. We never lost it. You each recover 1 skill. We never lost it. You gain 1 experience. Aha. And our fame increases by 1. Hell yeah. And so let's see. So first of all, let's talk about earning experience. At the end of a quest or after a particularly harrowing event, an effect might now cause you to gain 1 or more experience. Experience is an abstract measure of what you've learned during your adventures. Record the amount of experience you've accrued on your character sheet. You'll be able to spend your experience to learn new skills in the future. All right, so we got 1 experience. Earning fame. As you and your companions continue your adventures, you will accrue fame. Fame is an abstract measure of how well known you are to the public and how they feel about you as heroes. A high fame indicates that you are well known and well liked by the community. Fame is recorded for the group as a whole in the story tracking sheet. And so our story tracking sheet means we have 3 fame now. The quest is complete. Read entry 1001 in the Dragonholt Village book. Completing a quest. You have now completed... Okay, good night, Trivet. You have now completed the 2 New Roads quest. You will no longer read any entries from this quest book. When you complete a quest, an effect will instruct you to read an entry from another quest book. You will continue the story in that quest book. Just after completing a quest is a great time to take a break. You might wish to stop playing for now and pick up from here at a later date. If so, record the entry number and book you've been directed to on the story tracking sheet so you can pick up where you left off the next time you play. All right, so let's see. So first of all, we go Harriet is the hero, and it's going to be in, let's see, what is it? Okay. Dragonholt Village. Entry 1001. And that is going to wrap up that. And then it shows you the next one that we have, which is actually the biggest book, chat, because I think it's the village. So this is almost like the hub. This is Dragonholt Village. There's like a ton of stuff here. So Dragonholt Village is like, it says 30 to 50 minutes per chapter. And like, so there's a lot of stuff that happens in that book. And then there's more of these adventure books down here too. Plus like in here too. Plus like maps and stuff like that. So, but yeah. We won, so we beat 2 new roads. 2 new roads complete. So that's the game, chat. That is Legacy of Dragonholt. What do you think of this game? That is it. What is your opinion of this game? Yeah. It's basically D&D in a box. I mean, look, it's obviously much simpler, right, than regular D&D, for sure. It's a lot simpler, but but you know, like the thing that I liked about it, the Sherlock Holmes things we did with more combat, yeah, exactly. Well, it's a little bit like that for sure. The one thing that strikes me about it is that because of the way the skill system works, it didn't feel to me nearly too much like you're being railroaded, because you're doing things based upon the skills that you presume that you possess already. So like a lot of that is obviously different. Like, you know, there are a lot of things where we would not have stealthed up behind the bandits. We would have like confronted them directly. We would have done military stuff, or, you know, we would have like rained death from a distance using magic instead of archery, or we would never have climbed up. Like, if we were not the character that we were with the skills we had, it would have been stupid for us to go climb up the freaking cliff instead of going the long way around. But that was not how it was. Now, the thing that I think is interesting, it's nicely put together, but this really is like all text. And like, I could imagine a scenario where having a little bit more art in the game would actually really help, I think. I mean, it would just help in terms of like the visual appeal of the game. But other than that, I mean, it's reasonably well written. I really love the way the skills intersect and interplay. It's interesting. You feel connected, I think, to the NPCs a little bit. So yeah, I'm very pleased with it. I think this comes out really well. So yeah. And that was the game, and that was good timing, and that's gonna wrap us, I think, for this evening. So I'm glad that this worked out this way, and that means that I'm going to slide around if I can. Slide around if I can. I'm going to come back this way. Yeah, I mean it's definitely much more. And just give me a second whilst I slide that back and zoom that out. And if I do that, actually, you can probably see this is my setup that I have. So my setup basically now is, you can see that I've got the webcam thing up here, blah, 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 blah. And so the microphone thing is over there. Now, actually, the last time that I finally like said, I gave it what for, so to speak. The last time I did that, it finally was like, yeah, like this is it. Like we're not moving. I still have to make some adjustments because that's not viable for me to just like practically break the clamp in half to get it to actually stay there. So, yes, I definitely thought it was worth it. I liked it a lot. And I think this works out pretty well. I think my setup that I have now works very nicely for this, actually. This is actually probably way too loud for everybody. So let me dial that back. You do not need me to be that loud now because I'm back here with all of you. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like the setup allows me, I'm having to lean a little bit because I've got the table still here. So, but I feel like that system is, allows me to do it. And I feel like it's on brand for the channel. Like, I think it fits. I just fired at that. So I feel like it actually fits really well. And yeah, I liked it. So, I would say that this is definitely a game that we would play again. This is a game that I can see being played under two scenarios. One of them is There may be some Neverwinter Night streams where I might alternate it with this game. The other thing, because actually, Marinda, I'm actually wondering a little bit, and you would know this because you played through it. So we played one full thing today, one adventure, and it always takes longer to stream something than it does to actually just play it if you were just playing it on your own. But we did manage to get a session done. Do you think roughly basically, you can do a chapter a session? Like, do you think basically that's what you can do? Because I know there's another, like, I don't know, 5 chapters left or something. So can you do a chapter in a session generally? Is that the approach? I think my handwriting is okay. My handwriting used to be terrible, but I was writing fast, but I write a little slower when I'm making comments on student papers. But my writing is okay. I would say your handwriting is okay. If your handwriting is like mine, it's okay. It's not great, but it's fine. People can understand it basically. Minus character creation, right? Because it took us like an hour and a half. So it was basically like it said 50 to 80 minutes, and it probably took about twice as long. So I would say if it was 80 minutes, that'd be 160, 120. Yeah, that's probably about right. So about double the time. Right. Right. And then how many chapters are there, Marinda? Are there like 6 chapters? How many chapters are there? Right. Yeah. So that works out about right. So yeah, if there's like 5 or 6 chapters, oh, it's a minor spoiler. Okay, well then don't tell me. But the idea is, the point is that this is something we could do in a few sessions. So I feel like, oh really, no kidding. Plus the hub world stuff. Yeah. So maybe 7 sessions. Yeah, I think it's a cool game. I think it's a game that I can definitely see putting in here. Now I will admit that setting this up takes a little longer than it does to just sit and get ready in my computer and either do role play or be doing my own computer stuff. So it does take a little longer, mostly because this stupid microphone, microphone stand, like camera setup that I've got to figure out a way to do so it doesn't, work that way. But that said, I would say, yeah, one of the major campaigns, the tutorial intro you just did so far. But yeah, so I mean, it's the kind of thing, if I do a bonus stream, I could imagine myself playing this on a bonus stream. Or I could imagine myself certainly doing it for D&D with viewers. Like I'll say at the least, this is something I'd like to do as D&D with viewers for the next few of the D&D with viewers, just because I would like to be able to just try. I mean, obviously, you know how much I love D&D, but just to do something a little bit different. And so I think that we could probably do that over the next, I do that every year in the month. So I would do that in June. I would do it in August. I would do it in October. And then December. So worst case scenario, we would play this and get done by the end of the year, especially because I'll also probably do it for a bonus stream here and there. So I figure this is something we probably play for the rest of the year on, like either on D&D with viewers or like bonus streams in between. And oh yeah, it is. No, it totally is. It totally is. The only thing I'm disappointed about with this, honestly, besides the fact that I wish there was a little bit more art, but the only thing I'm a little disappointed with is I just wish that there was a second thing, because this came out in 2018 and I don't think there's anything else, unless I'm missing something about this. I don't think there's another system of this outside. So that's the deal. So I think that'll be good. I think it'll be good. I think it fits. It would also be nice to be able to have a better camera setup. Like, I mean, the C922, in fairness, is a good camera. I mean, like, it legit is a very good webcam, but a webcam just has limitations. That's why I got the M200. I'm just curious. Yeah, the resolution is 1920 by 1080. Like, it's as high as it can go. It can't get any more resolution than it's got. So, but a second M200 or a second camera, or like a camera like the one I have, like a mirrorless that I put up front so that the M200 could then go there. But again, that's a lot of money. I don't know. I don't want to do that's a little overkill, I think. At some point in the future, I will get a second camera like this. And I would probably get a better version of the one I have so that that would become my main and this would become the like top down stuff. And I could then use that one for like travel and going around stuff because I adore this M200. Like I have gotten this camera is so good and I've gotten so much good use out of it. So, yeah. It didn't sell as well as they were hoping. Yeah, see, I can't get a read whether that's because they are having issues or Asmodee is having issues. Or the thing that's weird is that Fantasy Flight, their thing is they are known for like overdoing, if anything, like, you know, basically pieces, right? Like the stuff that you've got inside, the bits and the parts. If anything, they overdo it. The minis, that kind of thing. So like the Middle Earth one that I've got back there, which I've played before on stream, which is also fun. That one has got really good minis, except for the screwed up Aragorn, which they literally told me they didn't have back in stock, and they just basically said it's never going to be back in stock. We apologize for the inconvenience. And then COVID hit, and I'm like, I was prepared to be annoyed that they said that, and then COVID hit, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll just have to pretend that Aragorn was a one-armed ranger then, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, no, normally they're known for having like, huge, incredible, like, production value basically on their stuff. And this one is literally just books and like a letter and a map and stuff like that. Now that's cool because obviously I like the text stuff and I like the choose your own adventure-ish type stuff. But this is definitely not what I'm used to. So I'm a little surprised that they didn't just put a little bit more money into the art. If you put more money into the art and you make it a little more visual, that by itself has a profound effect. Because otherwise, it's really just people sitting around and listening to other people reading. And it's very cool and we can do it in a way that's engaging. And I like the way this plays on stream. But most of the people that are just like going and sitting around at a table, I don't know that it's going to have that same feel. So, yeah. The price point. I mean, I got this for $35 though. On Amazon. I don't know what it first sold at, but I got it for 35. I mean, if they sold it for like 70, that's too much. That's too much because it really is just books. You're not even really paying for a lot of the art. So if it's, yeah. If it's like, if they were charging like, I don't know, when it came out, 45, maybe 50, that's pushing it, but I can see it because there was a lot of text and obviously you have to pay the authors and the editors and whatever. 60 is too much. Like a typical like $59.95, $59.99 game, whatever, that's too much. It was 70. No, 70 is outrageous. That's way too much. I mean, I paid half. 35 to me was perfectly reasonable. I got it on, I think actually Amazon. I don't remember why I couldn't get it direct from them. I don't remember why. But yeah, 50 when it first comes out, maybe. 70 is a joke. That's ridiculous. This is not worth 70. I mean, I'm not talking about like design. I just mean like physical product. This is not $70 worth of material. That means like, so my Middle Earth, Journeys Through Middle Earth game, when I got that was something like 95 or, but that has tons of minis, boards, tokens. Like this literally has a little pack of cards, like 20 cards, like 6 cardboard tokens, 1 letter, which is just a sheet that's laminated, and just books. Now, again, I write books, so I'm not being dismissive. I just mean that in terms of actual cost, this is not expensive to produce. Not that expensive. Not the physical product. $59.95. Still, though, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a cool game. Like I'm actually really glad, and I appreciate Marinda recommending it again. I think it's really cool. I like it. I'm glad I got it. Definitely not a waste. Happy that I got it, but I'm happy that I got it at that price point. I would not have been happy about a $70 price point. That's too much. So, but anyway, that's interesting though. That's interesting. So, Yeah, because exactly, they sold it as a board game. It's not a board game. It's not a board game. It's literally a bunch of choose your own adventure books. Which again, I love choose your own adventure books. And for really good ones, I could imagine paying, you know, what, $8 a book? Because you got to remember that a fighting fantasy game book is like twice as long as one of these. Easily. Probably like a time and a half as long. So if you figure that, a Final Fantasy book is something that these days I might pay $15 for, this is like probably $5 per book. $5 per book gets you to 30. You add in the hub, that's 35. You add in the components, that's 40. Maybe if I'm generous, I get you up to 45, but I don't get you anywhere close to 70. That's crazy. But I really did like I like the character building part too. And now that we know what we're doing too, obviously we wouldn't need to build it again. So the next time would be a lot faster in terms of just getting into it. And I'm actually I'm looking forward to seeing how the hub works. It would be interesting to see if the city hub works really well. And if you just like go off different places, they'll be cool. So, yeah, exactly. Which, so anyway, though, regardless of that though, I don't want to, listen, I paid what I paid. For what I paid, I'm very happy with it. So that's the drill. You'd rather play fighting fantasy or sorcery? I liked it though. I like the idea. I'm a sucker for legacy systems anyway. I like the idea of you making progress towards something. That's one of the reasons that I like things like Descent, except I wish Descent had had more of a story, or things like Journeys of Middle Earth, through Middle Earth, which was like that too. So yeah. But that's the deal with that. So anyway, this was good. I really enjoyed this, and I hope that you folks did as well. And I am going to remove that from the screen, and I'm going to zoom us on up to that. We're zooming on up to the east side. Okay. And we were able to do a little bit of use. The other thing that I learned today is that figuring out a way to move things around so that I actually get the keyboard, because I could actually, it's a wired keyboard, but all I have to do is basically just take the wire out and move it from the front, and then I'd be able to get it over here, and it might be easier so that I can be behind the table, type if I need to, but then come back over here, so that I don't have to be walking back and forth as much as I was because of all the choices that we were making on the polls. But, Arbot Plus performed like a champ, and I'm, was very, very pleased with how it did. So good job with that. Good job. Thank you again to Effect Life. That we're going to close out, and that is now locked in. Yeah. So, and I think I will also deactivate. Actually, I'll probably leave that up for now. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation, Marinda. And it's true. I do think also that the things like the letter and the mystery of it, it's cool. Like I'm definitely down for that. I was into it. I liked it for sure. And it gave me something to think about in terms of how to play different things out. So it was cool. And we will definitely do it again. As I say, when I do bonus streams, be ready to see this pop up. When I do D&D with viewers for the next few times, definitely you'll see this until we finish it. So that's that. And I hope that other things like this come down the pike, because also, regardless of your personal use case, you may like it as a solo game. You may like it to play with a couple friends or with family, and it works for all of those things technically. I don't know about too much of the replayability, although yes, you can play it with different decisions and with different skills and so forth. But for my use case, this works great, right? Like if I get a bunch of sessions out of this, if I get another, I don't know, even if I got another like 6-7 sessions total of streams of good content like this, for my use case, it's well worth it. So It's all good. And the fact that, yeah, exactly, Mrs. Dunsel, it sets up well because of the whole, like, the chat gets to choose. That is also really cool because that means the chat is moving along and the decisions are somewhat faster, and we don't, like, combat is narratively run, so that's faster also. So I had a feeling that that would be cool. And the letter was neat. I hope that we actually do, I'm assuming we do a lot more with a letter. I'm hoping we do. And we find more about the mystery of the whole business. So it's going to be cool. Yeah, I am excited to play more. But we will do more of that in the future. But now, chat, it is time for me to rise up on out of here. So again, for those of you who missed this, tomorrow we will not have anything going on with Sound Clash or with Speculate. Monday we will not have Emberwind. Tuesday will be the next time that we're officially back. That's Adventures in Middle-earth. It's a big day, actually. Adventures in Middle-earth at noon Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern, we've got D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, I think 8:30 or 9 p.m. Eastern that night, we have the Arvocalis with more of Neocab. And that game has been really interesting, actually. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the Arvocalis handle that as we move into day 3 of the Arvocalis and Neocab. And then Wednesday is Community D&D with Dragon of Icespire Peak, with Trifid and with Rock God and with Echo Alpha X5 and Hoodie and Shadow Mage as your DM, of course. Thursday we're off. Friday we've got Esper Genesis. Saturday we've got Palace of the Red Pasha, D&D with INB. And then Sunday we have Soundclash the Clampdown. So we've got a lot of that coming up once we get to Tuesday. There is a chance, there is a possibility, depending on how much work I get done, that there could be a bonus stream in your future tomorrow or more likely Monday. I don't know what to put 30% shot on it being done on Monday, on a possibility of being done on Monday. It depends on how much writing I get done because I got to wrap up a work for the video game I write for, and then I've got to do some edits on Greyshade because, of course, that's I have to do the editing for that stuff for that book. So we'll see how much work is, but I think there's some possibility there as well. So. Okay, sounds good, Lone Wolf. Yeah, it would be a good introduction, I think. It would totally be that way. So, yeah, it would be good. And thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate it, and I will endeavor to do so. Yeah, that's what we've got going on in terms of schedule. If you liked what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvanellarun.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop for the merchandise area, where you can get Infinity and Beyond, where you can get Adventures in Middle-earth and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff. Shop is going through an overhaul over the next 3 to 6 months, but you could still get swag, and after it's done, you'll be able to get swag as well. On the Patreon front, we've got that right there. !Arvtreon, 22 patrons, 201 per month, really is the financial backbone of the channel, allows us to do a lot of cool stuff for the channel, including grabbing a computer for Brandon O'Brien, who handles things for us on Sunday, so that's really exciting that we were able to do that thanks to the generosity of you who have supported us on the Patreon. Also gets you inspirations to help the players, also gets you a copy of one of my band's albums, or a professional writing critique, or an epic poem or a character background written for you, something along those lines. So lots of different stuff you can get through that, and of course channel goals overall. And you can sub to the channel as well, which some of you did tonight, also thanks to the anonymous gifter for gifting Rogan a sub. That will allow you to get custom sub badges, emotes, and inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing side, !Icarus for details about my IBPA Benjamin Franklin nominated Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Speaking of Athos Arts, !Greyshade Chaos will give you details about the Greyshade Kickstarter. Athos Arts is the publisher of record for that. They're going to be releasing Greyshade as the book in the next couple of months, and then later in the summer when we have the Kickstarter, Athos Arts will be back to do the sequels for that as well, Renegade and Heretic, plus all the other stuff with Greyshade. Alligator Alley Entertainment is doing the tabletop role-playing side of that, so !Greyshade KS for the Greyshade Kickstarter, and !Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library is what we're looking at for that. And of course, on last but certainly not least, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when they need help, and to reach out to others when you need help as well. So please check those things out and support if you can. Now, we are going to do a raid today. Let me double check and see who we've got that is running up here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This one, that, and that, and this, and that, and that. I think I see. Oh, it has been a very long time actually since. Yeah, you know what? This might work. Hold on one second, because this is not someone I usually. This is someone that I don't normally raid, and I'm going to double check because they raided me once. And I think this might be a good option. So just give me a second and I'm going to check and see if they're still going. And ban. That is not the point, Ethan Murray. Not the point. Black Lives Matter, which is the point of saying that all lives matter. Black Lives Matter are the ones that get ignored when you say all lives matter. Your bigotry and use of something is not welcome here. Go away. The idea that Black Lives Mattering somehow means that all lives don't is one of the biggest, ridiculous, most absurd dodges that we have. It is not true. Read a book, my dude. All right. Yes, so I know what we are going to do, I think. This is going to work. It's exactly right, Dragon. That's all that needs to be said. It's exactly right. Okay. Okay, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, I know exactly who we're going to raid because this person is playing Elder Scrolls Online and they're playing a Khajiit. So how perfect is that? So we're going to go over and give these people some love. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffity Mats. Thank you so much. That is always appreciated. Thank you so much as well to my subscribers. Thank you to Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Nonstop, Commander Dunsel, Lone Wolf 67, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, and of course Rogan. Thank you to Anonymous Gifter for giving that sub to Rogan. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters in that group, and thank you to my regular viewers. Thank you to that Anonymous Gifter. Thank you to Axeman, Dark Sky, Democracy at Work. Thank you to, I think that's Freed. Thank you to Hunter to Bear. Thank you to Live Suing, Lycard, Optic Nerve. Thank you to, good to see you again, Optic. I know you popped in for a bit. I hope you had a chance to have some fun watching some of this. Good to see you as always, my friend. Thank you to Poly Mathematics. Thank you to Salalala. Thank you to Second Obs, Shadowy Sticks, Stygian Sticks. Ooh, two kinds of sticks. Thank you to Tontoms, TNS Mephiston, Truman. Thank you to you, Christensen, V&K, and Spoots. Thank you so much to all of you for being awesome and for playing this game with me. This is a lot of fun, and we will come back to it. Other than that, though, I will officially see you on Tuesday. Maybe if we get lucky, we'll do a bonus stream, in which case I'd play a little bit of this. We will see, but that's going to be it for me. Please stick around. Oh, and I didn't mention this part, which is that when you were brought over to do this raid, do it this way. The Arvanets have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And for sub raid, this one, the Arvanets have landed. Arvany Hype, which is this. Arvany Roar, which is this, etc. Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love. You know the drill. All those ones, please throw over there. When you were brought over automagically, please do that because good for the stream, good for everyone, and yeah. Otherwise, thanks a lot for hanging out. You folks are lovely, and I will see all of you wonderful people on Tuesday officially, maybe before that unofficially. Until then, Legacy of Dragonholt was great. And we're going to play it again. And that's going to do it for me. Much love to all of you. And remember, Harriet, even the odds, under all circumstances. Be good to each other. Bye for now.